Hey, what is up? We are live, guys. Welcome to APEC first live conference. We're here at the Falcon Space Labs, and we have APEC going in the background here as well, so you guys can listen into that. So I'm live on YouTube. I'm going to stream it here to the other part of the laboratory so everyone here can watch live as well. Smash the like button on your way in, please. Guys, you want to turn that TV on? Hey, set that projector up. I'm going to have somebody.
Yeah. See what's going on, sir. We're using the text for that's yeah. But let's come to that later. Let's come to that later. Because we have to kind of buckle down and focus for a little bit.
No, you guys are wasting your time. You all right? How are you doing?
Okay, so everybody.
Let's see. Chris, can you do me a favor? That black, big black knob in front of you. I'm going to ask you to turn it in a moment. Go for it. Can you turn it?
To what voltage?
Just turn it. Up voltage. Higher voltage.
30, 40.
Stop. What are you at now?
Right now I'm at 50.
Oh, let's turn it off. Turn it off.
It's loading. All right, so we're connected to the Wi-Fi, so we're set up over there.
Okay. So Jeremy, let me see your
Guys, we're live over here. If you guys want to say hello and say what's up to people,
Our older
everyone's
transformer, I
sleeping.
think,
Yes, Chris Spaghetti is here live. He said, "Was that Chris Spaghetti?" You're famous now, bro. That's awesome. Everybody knows who you are. Oh, look, it's my name tag and badge for the conference. Nice. Science. All right, who's ready for some science?
So we got 1 minute left here.
Chris Spaghetti.
You know what? That's actually better.
Chris Spaghetti?
Yeah.
That's what it goes by on YouTube.
Yeah.
Is that one word or two?
2 words.
Thank you, Tim.
Okay. So we are ready to go. Count this down. I'll do my intro. Starting Starting in 3, 2, 1. Welcome to APEC. It's November 13th. I'm your moderator. Jim Van Hall. First, I'd like to thank everyone joining us on this call, along with everyone watching us on YouTube. In today's session, Dr.
Too bad my screen's cracked.
will discuss the ancient Vimanas. Nick Cook will discuss the hunt for zero point and UAV. We will see live demos at APEC's first anniversary of Aerospace Associates. We'll be finishing off the event with open discussion and ad hoc presentation for participants. So, a couple quick reminders for you. You can view conference replays, details, and speaker info on our website at www.propulsion.com. Please save those questions for the Q&A session after each presenter finishes. You can raise your hand for Zoom using option Y or Alt Y on Windows. You can also type your questions in the chat, and we will go through those after each presenter finishes. So now,
Hey, Mark.
The Zoom link is on altpropulsion.com, guys. Hey, I'm sorry, we're having audio difficulties with the stream. I don't know what's going on. You can hear me, but you can't hear the conference. Look at how loud that is. See, that works. Why isn't the sound working? Does anybody know how to use Zoom? God help us.
Oh, are you trying to see him or what?
Why can't they hear them? Can someone else join the stream with another computer? Can I get another computer that can join the stream? Yeah. Can you join on your? I need your help on your laptop.
I need like a meeting.
Kacha, kacha is glass. For glass, we have word shar. Shar, otherwise, the meaning is salt. Salt. Here, kacha means so we should know different meanings. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to decode the ancient text. Okay. So when I talk about rasa, rasa means chemical. Rasa means juice. Rasa means sentiment.
See if you can't join that link.
So the
Your right.
I had to restart my computer and it took forever. And now I'm trying to start Zoom. It's Zoom, and I don't know what's going on with Zoom. But my computer hates it.
That was not a picture.
Boom, there we go. Yeah.
I missed what you said.
Fired.
What is business as not studied? Everyone here.
Testing, you can hear this.
And so the huge field,
Everyone can hear that, but you can't hear the audio. You cannot hear this conference that I can.
Move his ratha, that is vehicle. Okay, so in today's concept, people call it chariot, but I will call it as vehicle in 10 directions. Okay, he could do that. And he is a warrior basically. Okay, so this ratha, which normally is shown for the for the transport purpose or for traveling from one place to another, why that chariot he will use over there? Okay, so this is something different. Okay, so he is a warrior in the warfare. He can move his vehicle in all 10 directions. So when I was searching, then I got something which might be very simple example for you all. But yes, in today's context, today's fighter planes, specifically fighter planes, are they are made like this. They are constructed like this. So we can see this. Okay, so it's going up, it's going down, it's moving in all the directions. So this can be the example for this. Okay, so in short, yeah. Okay, it's landing, fine. So this is coming down. Okay, so this is one word, Dasharatha, which clearly indicates that he can move his vehicle in 10 directions. How he could move? So even today, people are moving their vehicle in the sense this fighter planes. So he could also do that, and of course, lots of as Kavya also said that lots of high advanced technology was there. So let's move towards the next reference. Is Maharatha. Okay, so this Maharatha is mentioned during the war between Jatayu and Ravana. Okay, and when actually see, you can see the number is Aranyakanda 14.19. Okay, and his Maharatha was ready to abduct Sita. Okay, so how this Maharatha is? It is Mayamaya. Okay, it is Divya, that is huge. Okay, it is Kharayukta. Khara is a donkey, so you can get an image like this. Okay, so donkey is carrying this chariot. Kharaswana, okay, is having jaggering sound. Hemanga, Hema means gold, so it's made of gold. And such Maharatha was before Ravana, so he called that vehicle. Okay, and when we see this literal meaning, Kharayukta, it feels like, oh, this is something mythology. Okay, but every, as in the last session said, that every word has 6 different meanings. So we need to decode that. What exactly Khara means? Khara is having, it can take lot of weight. It can, carrying that weight can move ahead. So is it very heavy, or is it making some sounds, or made up of gold? Means gold like it's not actually entire gold, but it's gold like metal is created, and it is Mayavi. Mayavi means it can change the form and all. So what exactly this Maharatha is? It's not a chariot. It's a big vehicle. It's a huge vehicle, which is very heavy, and it is Divya, that is huge. So in this aspect, we need to do a lot of research. Okay, so how this can, but otherwise, if you see the image, this image is not appropriate as far as the explanation is concerned, because how donkeys can fly, it's not possible. And when the explanation in the during the fight is mentioned that Ravana killed Jatayu with the sword. Okay, here, I mean, the artists, they are trying to draw the images as per the information which is given to them. So accordingly, they have tried to very close to this word to word meaning. But the this some references are not just to be taken word to word. Okay, we need to go through it. We need to perceive it in a different way, find out different meanings. Then only we will get the real picture. Another interesting fact is you can see you can see this number 49th sarga and 19th verse, and then 51 sarga. In each sarga there are more than 20-25 verses. Okay, and this war is explained in a very detailed manner. Okay, so this Jatayu, he fought with Ravana in a very brave manner. And what exactly happened according to Valmiki Ramayana? He broke the entire this vehicle of Ravana. Jatayu broke the entire vehicle of Ravana. Bhagna Dhanva, he broke his bow also. Viratha means the entire aerial car is broken. Then the Hatashva, okay, Ashwa is not horse, Ashwa is the carriers. They are killed. The pilot or the Sarathi, or the, as far as the charioteer, when we say that is killed, and Ravana fell to the ground along with Vaidehi. Okay, so he is, whatever is shown in the movies and animated movies or serials, there he is in the air and he is continuously fighting, but that is not explained accordingly in Valmiki Ramayana. Valmiki says that he actually fell to the ground, and by seeing Parishrantam tu tam drushtva jaraya pakshiyutava, by seeing that this vulture is tired, he just take the opportunity and he utpapata punaha. Utpapata, he just flew in the sky by taking Maithili, Ravana. So flew in the sky means, he is not having any chariot or let's say a vehicle. So something must be there. Something must be carried by him. So when we see this carving at Kailasa Temple, Ellora, where he is carrying some jet suit, okay, maybe, and because it's carved like that, and with that, in one hand he is carrying Sita, on the other hand he is having sword, and he just flew in the sky, and then again he fought with Jatayu, and there he cut the wings. Okay, so as mentioned by Valmiki. So when we focus on this, so even today people have developed this kind of jet suits, and they can fly. So it's similar kind of thing. So the ideas are there, and people are implementing it on it. And of course, it's not taken from, I cannot claim that it's taken from Ramayana, but it's clearly we can see the connection. So this is the second reference. Then the third is Pushpaka Vimana. It's very commonly known by all of you that Pushpaka Vimana is mentioned in Ramayana, and how it's actually described, that we will see first. That Hamsa Pravekehi Vahyaman, Hamsa. So it is carried by swans. Okay, and in the Sundarkanda, Hanuman saw this beautiful aerial car which is drawn in the skies by excellent swans. Again, it is very difficult to digest that how swan can carry a Vimana and can fly in the sky. It's mythology. Come on, what's this nonsense? Okay, but see, when something is written by somebody in ancient times, and he is not a normal poet, he is Maharshi Valmiki, he is a sage, he is a seer. Okay, then there must be something we need to decode. We are unable to decode it. Maybe. So, we cannot throw just, or keep it away by saying that, oh, this is, has no sense. Okay. So we have to think over it. So what I thought that, okay, what is the feature of a swan? Okay. There is a very famous verse in Sanskrit. Hamsa Shweta Baka Shweta, Ko Veda Baka Hamsa Yava, Nirakshira Viveketu, Hamso Bako Baka. So Nirakshira Viveka is there with swan. So if you give, you better know what exactly it is, but let me explain this, that if water and milk, they are, put together, and if it is given to swan, then because of the chemical properties, that milk portion is converted into solid form. Excuse me. And that milk portion only is eaten by swan, and whatever the liquid part is, that is the water part, is remained. So that means he is using some solid, some solid fuel. So is it like that Valmiki wants to say, with the help of this swan, that Pushpaka Vimana is that Vimana where solid fuel is used? Okay, I don't know, but this might be the case. So I got this something, this solid fuel rocket, liquid fuel rockets are there. So is it connected with that? So no need to take word to word meaning of swan as shown in the images and all. So if it's like that, then it will be mythology. But if you want to decode it, then we'll get something which is really connected in today's context. Then with this another reference where Brahma says to Kubera that in Ramayana itself, Uttarkanda, that accept this aerial car. Okay, its name is Pushpaka, and it is resplendent like the sun for your transport, and move anywhere. Okay, just like gods. So Kubera basically, he is not a god. Okay, as far as the Ramayana is concerned, he's the son of a Pulastya family, and he worships or worship in the sense he serves his great grandfather Brahma, and because of his service, Brahma offers him the position in the heaven. This is something mythology. Let's consider it's mythology. But when we see the another feature of Pushpaka Vimana here is Surya Sannibham. Etacha Pushpakam Nama Vimanam Surya Sannibham. It's similar, resplendent like the sun. And when we see the text in the Vimana Shastra, there is one rahasya, that is one technique, Jyotir Bhava Rahasya. And here lots of explanation is given, and we need to decode it. But the last line, which is very important, that Bala Atapavat Prakasha Pradarshan Rahasyam. So it will reflect that Prakasha, that light, like the sun. So like the sun, Bala Atapa, that is the rising sun. And those who are seeing towards that Vimana or towards that particular thing, they will consider that, oh, it's like a sun. So there is some connection. Okay, I think that there is some connection that we need to decode, we need to understand, we need to work it on. Okay, so with this few references, I would like to say that Vyakhanato Vishesha Pratipattir Nahi Sandhyahada Lakshana. This is a very common statement used in Sanskrit, that if somebody or if the scientists are saying something, okay, in today also, if scientists is saying something, and if you feel that, oh, this is unbelievable or it's not realistic, then at least, okay, I mean, we cannot just say that everything is pseudoscience. Okay, at least we can think over it, at least we can find out. If we are not getting the answer, then we have to do the research again and again, and somewhere something will be received or found in some text, like lexicons are there, these dictionaries are there, where we get some another meaning, and then if we work it on, then something great we will get. Okay, so it is necessary currently to decode these scientific texts, whether it is a Vimana Shastra or it is a historical text, Ramayana, okay, and to understand these technical words. Okay, it's for us also to get the actual meaning of that particular, like khara. So khara means one meaning is donkey, but it's not applicable. So what could be the actual scientific meaning or the technical meaning of that word? So we need to find. Okay, and we need to experiment that. Okay, so with this, I again say thanks to Tim for giving me the opportunity to share a few of the references from Ramayana and Vimana Shastra. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Okay, well, thank you so much. So let me do this. Let me stop your screen share here, and I'm gonna remove the spotlight. Stop sharing. I am going to put it on gallery view. Wow, full house. Everyone, please give an enormous applause to Dr. Shreehari Gokarnakar.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So we're a little early, but let's jump into the Q&A session. Let's see how things are going. I guess the question would be, who would like to go first? Let me pull up my little file here. Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows to raise your hand for questions.
Before that, I would like to put a disclaimer that I will try to give the explanation because I'm not from the actual this Vimana engineering, but definitely with Sanskrit references, I will try to give as much as I can. Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, well, and that makes sense. Yeah, I guess I should share with the audience that really your role is trying to translate the mythology and the language, right, and put that into kind of modern context. So, you know, it's definitely like not on the science side. It's more of like bridging that cultural gap. It sounds like.
Yeah.
Let me go to Bernie first. Bernie, go for it, sir. Oops, and it looks like Bernie just disappeared. Okay, let me go to John.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, Bernie, are you there?
Yeah, just wondering if you've ever heard of Praveen Mohan's work on YouTube and
Of course.
decoding of ancient Indian artifacts and stuff.
Yes. He is like our preceptor only. He is like our guru only. I mean, I always watch his videos and learn many things from him.
Yeah, because I feel that you guys are kind of parallel in your work, that he gives a lot of backing to what...
Open right here, and my question is based on one of his videos. He made a chemical battery and noted that in the ancient text that he was working with, one of the chemicals was referred to as a peacock neck. And he translated it as copper sulfate, which you mentioned.
Yes.
So I was wondering if you thought the references to swans could reference a chemical or a chemical reaction.
Chemical reaction, as far as this Agastya Samhita is concerned, in that it's given. There is Agastya Samhita, it's a text in which the verses are written in Sanskrit, Samstapyam Radmaye Patram, etc., etc. So, he has given, because I have just shared one slide in which that line was there from Amar Kosha, Shikigreva. So, that reference, because people may say, you know, that Shikigreva is copper sulfate, this and that, but we should find the word or the meaning in the text. So in Amar Kosha we got it, and in other Vachaspatim also it's there. So yes, the procedure is given, but proportion we need to work it on. Okay, so in Agastya Samhita it's given. I have also tried with my students. With one pot it's not possible, but if we go with the 10 pots or maybe 20 pots, or if we get some proportion, then we may generate electricity. But how much it is cost effective, again we need to work it on. How can we, you know, because when we worked on just one pot, it cost around 2,000 rupees. So it's not cost effective at all. So we need to work it on. We need to search that how it can be more cheap. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Awesome, thanks, Josh. Okay, let me go to Michael Boyd next, sir.
Hello. So I'm curious about a couple things. One is, how far back in time? At one point I saw you were mentioning 7,000 years.
Yeah. 7135.
Does it go back 10,000 years, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, it's 10,000 is you are increasing 3,000 years more. So it's around 7135 as far as the planetary software is concerned.
Okay, and then the other thing I'm curious about is the context of, is this always in the context of, I guess, how would I describe it? Social stratification. You know, it's like there's, when you start talking about people that are special or gods or something like that, human beings that have special abilities, it's kind
Abilities,
of like, that has to do with social stratification. And so I'm curious if this is always associated with like war or cultural violence of some sort.
I think I did not get the question in the right way. Tim, can you just, because I didn't get what exactly Sir wants to ask. So can you just,
well, yeah, I think he was asking if these stories are associated with war or violence. Michael, is that?
That's correct.
Okay.
So
okay.
Non-violence.
Yeah, it's related to war, it's obviously. But not exactly, see, I mean, when we talk about Vimanas, they are not always used for war purpose. They are used for, moving from one place to another, because it's mentioned like that, which can go, which can travel from one place to another place. So it is just a travel purpose. But whenever it's required, they have used as we get the reference. In Ravana and Rama war also, one celestial car was provided to Rama, because Rama is not a kind of a god who is having lots of supernatural powers. He is just normal human beings. But Ravana was having those powers because of tapas, and he acquired that. And now if you ask that, is it possible to acquire all these things? Then what answer I have is, it is possible. But with this body, that is sthula sharira, it is not possible. For that, we have to acquire that sukshma level. But how we can go it? I mean, if you ask me that, did you have that experience? I will say not at all. I don't have any experience. But what the people say, I mean, people, this spiritual guru says that it is possible to travel in all these 10 directions with mind only. There is no other possible way. Through mind only we can travel, because mind is unidimensional, and only one thing can travel in all these dimensions, which is unidimensional. So all these, so I mean, this must be known to all of you. So
So I have a technology. My last question has to do with the technology part of it. When you're reviewing these ancient writings and stuff, sound, music, song, in like in indigenous cultures in the Americas, they talk about sharing their songs. And so I'm curious to know about sound, and from a technical point of is there when they're talking about these Vimana, do they ever mention sound as anything to do with it?
Sound, okay. Frankly speaking, Vimana Shastra, whatever the text is, they are dealing with the dhvani. Dhvani means sound. And not only this dhvani, but even in Vyakaran Shastra, they are having a lot of discussion on this concept of dhvani. What do you mean by dhvani? What do you mean by spota? Spota means when word comes out from our mouth. So in Ramayana, there are many references in Yuddha Kanda where this sound is dealt with. As far as Vimana Shastra is concerned, there are many texts actually, not only one, Burhat Vimana Shastra. So we need to actually, study that. I mean, frankly speaking, there are so many texts, but I have not read that, okay, word to word, entirely. So because if I read that, what I will come to know? I'll come to know only the literal meaning, word to word meaning. I will even translate khara as a donkey, but it's not. So one person in that field is required who can, understand the modern technology, and then, we get something which is really needed in today's era. So sound, which you are talking about, it will be definitely there.
but I cannot claim at the moment that yes, I know.
Okay. Thank you very much for your answers. They're appreciated.
And Michael, thank you as well, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, let me go to Alex Froloff next. And Alex, thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming today.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Where is the lecture? Lecture. Shreehari. Shreehari. Hello, Shreehari. So you told a lot about Vimana, about publication in different books, but I didn't listen about technical aspects. What do you remember about some technology of propulsion? How it works? For example, I remember the Vimana in Russian literature also was discussed many times, and I remember that the Vimana work by means of mercury, the liquid metal mercury, and also Vimana needs some heat source. So we can get a conclusion about the principle, the technology is to make mercury to be hot and then to get high pressure. But Vimana is not reactive, is not rocket. Vimana don't spend mercury. It works by some way enclosed body. So do you remember some information about this technical idea? How to use mercury in Vimana, but it is not a rocket. It is not a jet propulsion system. Thank you very much, listener.
Yeah.
Do you remember some information about this?
Yeah, in the last session, actually, Karthik was talking about this mercury purification, and even Kavya, who is an aeronautical engineer, she speaks on propulsion and all. But frankly speaking, technical aspects are there. I have mentioned one paragraph in that entire technical things are mentioned. But if you will ask me, okay, being a Sanskrit person, at what is the technology of Viman technology, then I will not be able to answer that. So as Justine said, that my role is to just connect the gap between the ancient knowledge system with today's knowledge system. So there are many people in our team, those who are work on this technical aspect. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Oh, and Alex, thank you as well. And again, thank you for joining us today. Okay, so let me go to Sam Thompson next, and then Sam, after you, sir, I have a couple from the chat. So go ahead.
Hi, Sam.
In your presentation, there was a image on your PowerPoint earlier of a book, and the cover of the book looked like it was of looked like a helicopter, submarines, different ships. But someone posted in the chat that those were Egyptian hieroglyphics, and I think that's true, and I'm wondering why that might be the case.
Sorry, I didn't get you.
There was can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Earlier in your PowerPoint presentation, you had a picture of a book, and the cover of the book seemed to be Egyptian hieroglyphics. And I was wondering if there's a relationship between Egyptian hieroglyphics and the subject of your presentation. It looked like a helicopter and a submarine.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So he was asking, Sam had asked about Egyptian hieroglyphics. It sounds like you're having trouble with your earphones. He was wondering if there was a connection between Egyptian hieroglyphics, right? The Egyptian symbols from the pyramids and then the Vimana.
Oh, acha. Sorry, I don't have any idea about this.
Oh, okay. Well, Sam, thank you, sir. Okay, so let me go. We have a couple in chat. Mikhail had asked, and Mikhail, let me apologize for taking so long to get to it. He'd asked me if I could ask you if any CFD testing has been done or further research was done on mercury at the lab.
Yeah, with the lab, yes, the tests are going on. Last time only, this Karthik has mentioned, there are many n number of procedures are there, and he has reached up to 12th level. So in Guntur, this research is going on, and there's a research organization, Shreevit, and we have Shastriji, who is the real, he's the head, who is focusing on all these real inventions and devices. So one day, if we get an opportunity, then definitely, if he comes, then he will definitely talk on the real technical aspect of Vimana, which he has derived, which he has invented.
Awesome. Okay, well, thank you. Yeah. So then next, Gene Harvey had asked, he's wondering if it's generally assumed that the Vimana carried atomic weapons. And if so, would that explain the high levels of radiation found in certain areas?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, sorry. So yeah, again, he was asking about, did the Vimana carry nuclear weapons?
As far as my knowledge is concerned, Vimanas, when we see Ramayana and Mahabharata, they are not carrying, Vimanas are not carrying these nuclear weapons and all. So they are used in a different way, like these mantras, and you better know these arrows were used. So I have not come across with this kind of thing. So it needs a lot of study. That this Vimana Shastra, this text is there where Rupa Vimana is mentioned. So all these are, I think, it's a technical subject. So I'm not the right person to say that Vimanas are carrying the nuclear weapons or not.
Okay, well, thank you. Yeah. Okay, let me go to Will next. Will, go for it, sir.
So it's been said that in some books that the territory of India reached as far as Afghanistan. As you're a historical person, is that true? And just how vast was the empire of India at that time?
Okay, yeah, definitely I can explain this. There is a line in one Agama text, Brahaspati Agama, that Himalayat Samarabhya Yavat Hindu Sarovaram Deva Nirmitam Tam Desham Hindustanam Prachakshate. So that is the line. So Himalayat Samarabhya, so right from Himalaya, okay, so to the southern part of Himalaya till the Pacific Ocean, the entire land which is there, that is called as Hindustanam. Okay, so, and which was again divided into two because of this Vindhya mountains. So one is Aryavarta and another is Dakshinabharta. So till Upaganasthana, okay, we get the references till Upaganasthana towards the northern side, and till this Pacific Ocean. Upaganasthana is today is called as Afghanistan. Okay, so in those days were called as Upagana because 16 Ganasthanas were there, and these were very close to. So they used to travel and trade a lot. So that particular land is basically specifically called as Hindustan, right from Himalaya to ocean, and this side Upaganasthana to Lanka. Yeah. Tim, you need to unmute.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, so thank you very much. And let me see if anybody else has questions. It looks like they've slowed down a little bit in chat. Again, please raise your hand in Zoom using Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows.
One more point I would like to mention. It's really interesting for all of you, even for our people, that when we talk Amazon, okay, just by one arrow it is shown A to Z, everything is available. Similarly, this kind of grammar where we get the first word and we get the last letter, and then we form a short form of that particular entire region. So the same we find over here. So when we take the first letter of Himalaya is He, okay, and the Pacific Ocean in those is called as Indu Sarovara. So Indu, so last letter is Ndu. So right from He to Ndu, that sthana is called as Hindu sthana. Okay, so Hindu is basically is a region. Okay, afterwards it convert to religion, that is a different aspect. But this references text says that this is a region from Himalaya to Hindu Ocean. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, well, let me go to Mikhail next, sir.
Hi.
Hi.
This is Shreehari. I had one question for you. In terms of the Vimanas, have you heard about the case of the mystery airships of the Sonora Club back in the 1897? This was obviously much ahead of Vimanas, which were back in 10,000 years. But there's a lot of similarities between the Sonora Aero Club because they kind of look like the Vimanas, and they used something called as the NV gas. Now, this input, Michael.
No, I don't have at the moment. Yeah.
No problem. And also, the second question, sir, for you. In terms of the manuscripts text, was it only few technical pages, or there were more detailed diagrams of the craft itself in terms of its mechanism, the materials that were used, and other aspects?
Okay, so Mikhail, first I would like to request you don't call me sir. I'm just Shreehari. Okay, and as far as these manuscripts are concerned, there are pages and pages. And let me tell you, just now it is declared that, I mean, I have attended one 20 days workshop in the manuscript. There, all these people who are working, they are saying that around 2% manuscripts are only, published in the field of science, scientific manuscripts are concerned, only 2%. And remaining all are in the manuscript form, and they are in different script. They are not in, just now I have presented the Sanskrit text in Devanagari. Okay. But in southern part, mostly all the Sanskrit text is in Grantha script. And there are very few people who are available today who can read Grantha and who can transcribe Grantha to Devanagari and publish. So a lot of work is pending in this scientific literature. And there, what I have gone through, at few areas, some diagrams are there. Okay, some diagrams are mentioned, some charts are there. Okay, but written in Grantha script. So for me also, frankly speaking, I have not learned Grantha. I'm learning it now. So it's very difficult to understand. So in those days, Sanskrit was written in various scripts, not only Grantha, but Sharada script, different scripts. So in the northern part, Sharada is very similar to Devanagari. So people have worked on that a lot. But here, lot of work is pending.
Okay, so it looks like he might be having issues. Let me go back to Michael Boyd next.
So I just wanted to say thank you for your work, because I think that I study archaeology and I live in California, and in California, historic archaeology starts in 1769, when the first mission was found in Alta, California. So our written history doesn't go very far back. You're really blessed to have a long written history to study. And I think it's really important to humanity to get access to that information, because if we don't know our past, we're condemned to repeat it. And so I really just wanted to say thank you for your work. It's sincerely appreciated, and it's important. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Actually, it's a responsibility. I think it's of everybody. I mean, we together can do miracles, because the literature is available, and in this only the dedication is required, and people from various backgrounds, they are required to come together.
So let me go. Let me see. Gene just posted his question in chat. Actually, he posted it a moment ago too. He'd asked, "Are there similar technologies to this in any other ancient cultures besides India?" And I think Karelia had asked that as well. She was wondering about if so, was it because of special minerals that existed in India that allowed these to be built?
As far as our time, I mean, which I have referred to, that is 7,000 years before, there are some references like Siddhapura and Romakarnagaram. So in Bruhat Samhita, written by Varahamihir, so some names are mentioned, okay, but with today's context, today we call it in a different name. So I mean, luckily Rome country is called with same name, Romaka only, but Siddhapura is different. So Australia was called in those days with different name. So yes, definitely we can find some references, but the main thing is we need to know the today's names to that particular country, so that we can focus it upon.
Awesome, thank you. So let me go back to Will next. And again, but before I go to Will, I just want to make sure you're doing okay, because we have a really long Q&A session here. So yeah, do you need some water, or do you want to wrap things up now? It's up to you, sir.
Yeah, no problem. It's almost 2:40 in India.
Oh, it is. I had forgotten about the time difference. Okay, well, let's do that then. Let us wrap that part of it up. Again, we're way ahead of schedule. We're actually almost an hour ahead of schedule, but that is totally fine. I loved your presentation. It was wonderful. What I want to do is let's do this. Let's put this back on gallery view. I'm going to lower Will's hand. Will, let me apologize for that. Everyone, please give Dr. Shreehari Gokarnakar giant applause for a wonderful presentation. Sir, thank you for staying up so late. It's almost 3 a.m. your time. So my apologies for that.
Nice. Thank you. It's my really, I would like to say thanks so that I could speak with such great people. All scholars are here, and really good questions they're asking. Thank you so much. So definitely I will join as a spectator, as a listener in the next sessions.
Wonderful. Thank you again. Okay. So what I'd like to do now is go to Jeremy and Mark if they're available. Let me see if they are. We have Jeremy and Mark, Jeremiah Pop, Jeremy Reese. Jeremy Reese, sir, are you with us?
I would also love to see what's going on in that New Jersey lab right now. Looks like they're pretty busy on the.
Yeah, that was my hope, actually. That was my hope, because we're way ahead of schedule. So I would love to kind of see what they're doing. Maybe they can give us a rundown on it. When Nick Cook arrives, I would be happy to put him on early. But until then, we got to fill a little bit of time. So.
I'm gonna call his cell phone. Unless he's using it to broadcast. I hope he's not.
Oh, okay. You want to go to, okay. Brenda, are you there? Let me ask you to unmute.
Yeah, we got it.
There we go.
There we go. So we're right here at the live at the lab, guys. Brenda's here and we're on her laptop. I can't get the audio working on my computer for some reason. There's some issue with Zoom and the camera, but anyone have a question? Because there's a delay. We have it broad. Yeah, can't do that.
So are you able to hear us at all, or? Okay, looks like he's muted out. Jeremiah, you had kind of a question. Do you guys want to do kind of an open? Oh, he can hear. Okay, good. We'll give him just a sec, and then we can go to open discussion after that. And again,
so can I just say something? Jeremy,
yeah, go for it, Remy.
Hi, Jeremy. Yeah, thanks, Tim. If you try audio settings, I think it's got suppressed background noise. So if you go to, in the bottom where it says, they've got the microphone symbol in the bottom left, if you click on that, you'll bring up audio settings at the bottom of the pop-up. And you should see where you've got audio, you should see suppressed background noise. Okay?
Thanks,
right.
Remy.
Give it a go. Yeah, that's all right. Give it a go. Yep. Okay.
Okay, yeah, it looks like his mic is still off. And I probably deserve this for going to them before they were ready, but Jeremiah, you had some stuff that you were going to mention also, right?
Yeah, and I'm not going to go on video. I'm thinking because I don't have the test setup really set up. I've kind of got it crudely set up. I wish I could just send a bunch of pictures here, but I don't have them on my computer yet, and I'm streaming from my computer. So that'll have to wait until I actually have a presentation put together. But right now we are testing the Morton effect thruster and the Morton effect pulse beam that's supposed to come from the thruster when you stationarily mount it. Then we're building a new AC pulse power supply that's going to ride on a 100 kV DC source. So that'll give us about 15 kV of AC modulation at nice impulse. Very fast rise time over about 100 nanoseconds, which is not ideal. It's not quite as quick as I'd like, but it's fast enough. And then, of course, the warp drive stuff and PNN's replication are just about ready, but they're not ready today. So I'm hoping next APEC to have some tests that I can demonstrate here. I was thinking about doing it today, but the prior DNO measurements did not end up producing positive results. It turns out to be scale drift. So no reason to show a null result again.
Ah, okay. So actually what I'm going to do is, while we are trying to figure this out, I'm going to do a screen share. One of the things that we've been working on, and let me share my window here. Okay, so hopefully you guys can see that's our website, right? altpropulsion.com. So I would say a couple of weeks ago, we started testing different chat forums, right? We added 3 channels for WhatsApp, and we added a Discord channel, and we added a discussion forum as well. So I moved those over early last week to the contact page. Again, we have APEC 24/7, theory, and builders, right? So the 24/7 is just general discussion chat. And then the theory and the builders are kind of focused areas because we have a lot of people in those groups. We've got like 80 something people in those groups. So, you know, it just helps keep things in the rails. The long form discussion forum is through a place called Tapatalk. And I want to thank Phil Bouchard for helping us get set up with that. So this is one where it is slowly starting to grow. We've got, you know, several posts there. Again, Phil has been posting pretty diligently on it, and he's getting a lot of views as well, which is wonderful. And then let me see, the live Zoom seminars, which you know about. The Discord channel, I actually just brought that up here. So Discord, one of the challenges that we had was trying to find basically an open public chat forum that let us kind of group things by topic, right? And so in something like Telegram or even the WhatsApp channels, you really can't use hashtags easily for that. So we ended up with Discord, and I don't know, it rubs some people the wrong way. Discord was developed for gamers. It does feel a little childlike in some ways, I guess. So we've tried to kind of modify it, make it a little bit more age appropriate for our audience. And so we actually have a lot of people signing up for it, and it's starting to get active. So those are our major channels. We also have Alt Propulsion on Reddit and the APEC Facebook group, right? And those actually haven't seen that much use yet. But you know, so my thought would be for discussions and ideas and anything along those lines, again, hit the contact page on our website. You can sign up for any of these. These are all open, they're all free. You know, and the goal is just to help foster discussion, sharing, and solving problems. So that's kind of what I have there for that. I could also show you really quick too. This has been kind of a pet project of mine. So one of the things that I did was, let me see. Okay, so the first thing I did was I rebuilt all of these pages. This is just a regular page on the Alt Propulsion website. You can see that we have the speakers listed down the middle. And then I redid the fonts. I tried to make it a little bit easier to read and try to make it flow better. Get the stuff there on the right. Now this, I'm going to play this on YouTube, but I'm going to turn the video off. The other thing that I did was, with these videos in the past, we have split these up, and I'm going to continue doing that for the time being for another channel. But I rendered this as 4K, and you can see that it has chapters in it now. And so that should make it a little bit easier to share things. If you want to share a specific part, you can right click on it and do copy URL at current time. You know, that, or you can always go to the American Anti-Gravity channel. I've got them split up there. It takes me close to a day to process each one of these videos. So, you know, but hey, it's worth it. It's worth it. Okay, so I think that was everything that I had to show you guys. So let me do a stop share there. And let me go back to Jeremy Reese now and see where he's at. Okay, Jeremy? Okay. I'll go to gallery view for just a sec. Guys, we can do you want to just do open discussion for a bit? Again, I should apologize for being so far ahead of schedule, you know. Or if you want, if anybody wants, we could take a break. You guys could, you know, go and do whatever and come back in a bit. Looks like we have about 40 minutes until Nick Cook is scheduled to arrive. Let me see. Gene had asked some questions about. Gene, you had a question about symposiums dedicated to investigating frame dragging. Do you want to ask that? And do you think I can get your camera? Could you turn your camera on if that's okay? Oops. Okay, it looks like you might be having technical issues. Well, I would say, anybody have any topics that you want to discuss? Anybody have anything to bring up? Mikhail, would you like to go, sir? Oh, lots of them. Okay. Mikhail, do you want to go?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
And if I could get you to turn your camera on too, sir.
Yeah, sure. I'm facing a bit of a network problem with bandwidth, so that's the reason. I just had one quick question to Shreehari sir itself. The Vimanas, in terms of their design, have in your lab, I think your colleagues or so forth, are they collaborated with any defense establishments in India? Because I came across one research just day before yesterday. I was speaking to some nuclear scientists, and they were talking about the Vimanas reverse engineering program. So I just wanted to check with you, did you ever, not you, I would say your entire team, are they doing any research in terms of collaborating with the defense industry in India, in Russia, and in US or anywhere else? Thank you.
Yeah, I can ask Shreehari if he's open to talking.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think he is still with us.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, absolutely. Only if you want to, sir. Only if you want to.
Yeah, okay. So, yes, actually, I cannot disclose in detail, but yes, the team is working, and since many years, actually, Shastriji and other team, they are working with defense, and a lot many devices are invented. So the answer is yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so let me go. Sam, you had a topic to discuss, and again, we're kind of past the Q&A session. So.
Yeah, I was just a general conversation piece.
Oh yeah, go for it, man. Go for it.
So for the hieroglyphic that was shown earlier, it looked like a helicopter, a submarine, and some UFOs. But isn't that kind of weird? Aren't helicopters and submarines hilariously outclassed compared to the physics bending of a UFO? I mean, why even put a submarine next to a UFO if you're trying to record technology? You all have any thoughts on that?
Well, I'm not sure what you're saying. You mean in the photos, right?
Well, yeah, well, just in general,
a helicopter is a first degree, a single dimensional technology, and UFOs are third or fourth dimensional physics. Is
what is a sub going next to a flying tic tac?
I would say a tic tac and the submarine look similar.
Actually, they kind of do, don't they? They kind of do.
So, and it basically what it is. I would call it is a multimedia transit device.
Yeah, well, and they both look like propane tanks, also, but they're pressure vessels, right? So maybe that's the most efficient form for a pressure vessel.
Well, if you have that, then why even bother with a helicopter or a submarine? Would that just outclass them?
You would think so, but
or are submarines?
That's a good question.
UFOs or less evolved UFOs, and did the Nazis actually take their subs and turn them into something else?
Well, but Sam, the other thing to think of, right, is and the military might be an example of this. Sometimes they use older technologies because they fit a specific application, and so even if something is kind of outdated by the way that we look at it, maybe this UFO has some limitations that a regular But yeah, it's a tough question. Let me go to Gene. Gene, you had something to talk about? Let's see if we can get his equipment working. Oh, it looks like he might still be having mic issues. There we go. I can barely hear you.
My mic and webcam aren't working, so I'm kind of stuck with the chat line. I was wondering if there's any symposiums dedicated to investigating frame dragging as a means of achieving work.
I don't think there are, but that's something that we can cover here. I can add that to the list. I mean, that's a topic that's come up from time to time. I think that we've touched on it, but I don't think there's anything that's dedicated to frame dragging.
The reason I asked that is because it was just a couple of months ago that NASA confirmed Einstein's theory about frame dragging using the satellites in orbit.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, that's something that we can definitely add. I know gravitomagnetic frame dragging has been something that we've talked about as well in the past. So, I go to Will next. Will, you have something?
Well, kind of just a general question. You know, David Hatcher Childress, a good friend of mine, has written several books on Vimana. And from what I've read from his work, it appears that these Vimana things seem to last forever. They don't age, they don't decay like modern technology that we develop. So when I think of like aircraft, for example, I mean, there's a few 100 million scattered across our planet today. So I'm just kind of curious if the Vimanas don't age, they last forever. Where are they?
Yeah, that's an interesting question.
In the ocean.
In the ocean? There you go.
A hollow moon.
I think everything ages, right? Maybe that's the other part of it is, I mean, maybe past a certain point, maybe they don't age normally, but even so, these things are so old that who could tell? Maybe
It's just a question I wanted to put out there. That's all.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
My expertise. So.
Yeah, well, and you're working on a presentation for a couple of weeks from now, right? So
yes, I am.
Yeah, and that'll be exciting. Yeah, that was the superconductors and MHD, if I remember right.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that. So we're doing pretty good. Well, everybody, I should apologize for being for the gap here, for being so slow. We've got about half an hour left. Ned, you had something to share, sir?
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Appreciate the opportunity. Hi. I wanted to find out and just ask maybe you specifically and the wider audience, of course. I think you've had some experience with some ionic levitation and using electricity to that. Do you know or what are anyone's opinions on the limitations of using electricity as an electric force for electric propulsion and why that is not basically continuing? I'm thinking of the work that
Townsend Brown for
Thomas,
that one?
Exactly. I'm exactly referring to that, and I'm curious now in this age of electrification and everyone going electric, why hasn't that been more proliferated?
Yeah, I mean, that's the area that I kind of worked in. So I think there are a bunch of different factors. The triangle shaped lifters, right? I don't know, that way I can see myself on the screen. That triangle shaped lifter is I think that was probably the biggest and most well known. I was building those. Everybody was building those a few years ago, and the problem that we had with those was the efficiency. It was. We could get thrust. We had no problem getting thrust. We had no problem getting power. The problem was the efficiency of it. And when you start to scale that up to something that would be like an aircraft, it was a real challenge. Now things are different now, right? I mean, the technology's progressed, so there might be some new opportunities there for people to experiment with. So the lifters though definitely had airflow, and then over on this side of things you have the true B field Brown effect, and you've got stuff like Hector Serrano's Gravitech, and a lot of different variations on that are trying to do this pure effect as opposed to the ion wind one. The challenge that I've seen is getting results in a vacuum, and it becomes this, it's almost like this he said, she said, right? Where one person said, well, we saw something, the other person said no, so I don't know. That's definitely one of the challenges there with it.
Have you ever have you ever been able to raise to how high of a voltage can you get above 150,000 volts, or what have you had the experience with?
I think the highest I ever used was like 120 thou. Now that being said, one of the things I found was I had a custom power supply from Information Unlimited that I spent a lot of money on. And it was, I believe, I had a 100,000 volt one and a 50,000 volt one. I think I blew out the 100K. And the 50K one was what I used most of the time, and it worked great. But one of the things that I found was with lifters or any kind of ion wind device, so you have the wire above the foil, right? You have a really narrow wire. I used 50 gauge stainless steel wire, and the reason was the ion transfer on that was maximized. And then with the foil underneath it, we just use regular aluminum foil. We'd loop it over the top and just make sure there weren't sharp edges to it. But what I found was when I turned the power supply on, it worked great. We had lots of thrust, but that wire foil combination with like an inch of air gap or less, it creates kind of a natural resistance in the circuit, right? So I went into the power supply, and most power supplies have this, and I bypassed the output resistor, and so that lets the voltage float. So instead of having it forced to 50K, the lifter would actually set its own voltage when it was running. And we did some measurements with that, and depending on stuff like air temperature and humidity and a lot of different factors, you could see that voltage fluctuate a little bit. So,
wow, that's fantastic. Thank you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, those were a lot of fun. And for me, the largest one that I built was 9 feet on a side. So it was literally 9 feet, a 9 foot long lifter, and it had a bunch of cells inside of it. And then I would do kind of this bed spring type winding with the Corona wire. And I got that to fly, but it was so big that it was just unwieldy. The one that I did most of the time, there's photos of it all over the place, was 4 feet on a side. And it also had this bed spring style winding arrangement with lots of cells inside of it. But I think I had mine up to 8 or 10 feet high. So, and I never had any real issues with it.
So what do you think is the limiting factor in you? What is the one single challenge that's preventing this from being scaled up, or what would you change to make it scalable?
Well, again,
what would you need?
Yeah, I mean, the efficiency was part of it, right? So part of it was the literally it's just the ROI on the energy that you're putting into it, because you've got to step that up. You have to step it up to a high voltage, and but you still need current too, right? Because with the ion part of it, that was definitely part of it.
I'm sorry, but have you ever considered nuclear to electric conversion and how that scales?
Yeah, that was beyond my means, sir.
Okay. All right. No,
that was way beyond me. And at the time, actually, when I was building, there was one person online who was able to get a power pack working, like I think it was NiCad. They were barely able to get it working. But see, today's batteries should work a lot better. So,
thanks, David. Appreciate that.
Oh, sure thing, Ned. Michael, do you have something, sir?
Yeah, there was a question about frame dragging from, I think, Gene. So I'd like to share the screen and provide an example of that.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
I'm all ears.
Okay, so can you guys see this?
Looks, there we go. Yep. Yeah, and we've got about 20 minutes at the outside if it takes that long. So
it's not going to take that long. So what we have here is an image. So in first, let me show you what the apparatus looks like. Here's a cross-sectional image of the device. So this device uses it's like your hard disk in your computer hard drive, and this is a cross-sectional view of the device, and this little thing that looks like a sled, that's called a slider. And then sitting on the tip of this thing is this little sensor. It's a special resistor that's sensitive to changes in magnetic fields, the direction of the magnetic field. It's called a giant magnetoresistor, not because it's big, but because it's real sensitive to the magnetic field changes. Now, on the back of the slider, there's this green thing, and what that is that's a little piezoelectric crystal. And so basically the disk is spinning counterclockwise, and as the little nanobump goes under the disk, the bump is the magnetic signal that's coming back from the GMR head, and over here on the left is the piezoelectric signal. So if you see over here, this is Earth's gravity. The disk is spinning, and when the nanobump goes under it, it pulls it down, and it's like it's like a spring, and it's undampened spring force essentially. So what happens is, that's the apparatus. That's how it works. The disk is turning pretty fast. It's spinning about 27 miles an hour. So now going back to this first signal, what I'm showing here is how the gravitational frame dragging works. Is these like little pulses here, those are magnetic induction, and they're produced as the edge of the nanobump goes over it, the magnetic field direction changes 90 degrees. So you'll see the first pulse here is going up, and the second pulse is going down. That's as each edge goes by. Now the gravitational induction signal is this big broad signal. That's what's called gravitomagnetism. It's produced by the presence of mass moving in the universe. Now, the other thing that's cool about gravitomagnetism is there's anti-gravitational force that's produced by the absence of matter. Now, here we have our same figure, and we're seeing this little nano pit we have. It's the same size approximately as our nanobump, 10 microns squared. And as that nano pit goes under the sensor, the piezoelectric crystal experiences a little push force. And you see it's like fully dampened. It's because it's pushing against gravity. And then you look at the GMR signal, and you can see the electromagnetic pulse signals from the edge, but the gravitomagnetic signals go in the opposite direction because it's a push force. So so there's basically frame dragging. If you have the same volume, the frame dragging is the same amount. So basically, this infers there exists two different time frames, one for matter, or the lack thereof, and another for electromagnetism. And so this is what frame dragging looks like, and that's some actual data. That's all. I just wanted to show that. Did you see?
Awesome. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that.
You know what? Did that answer your question?
It did actually. So, we have Nick Cook with us. Let me see if he would be interested in starting early. Nick, are you with us? And it could be that Nick is just waiting until the top of the hour. Well, I can go to.
I saw him, but then
Yeah.
he disappeared.
Yeah, let me go to Mikhail then. Mikhail, you had a question, or no, well, I guess we're not doing Q&A.
Yeah, I just had a question to Michael, sir. Sir, you know the paper you just showed us right now. We did a test in our lab about back in March 2020, I meant to say.
Oh. I think yeah. You know, I wonder if something might be going on with Zoom today. We had a bunch of folks with network issues.
Well, I got a hardwire connection.
You know, I wonder if it might be something with the server, though.
Well, yeah. Well, he's on. He's talking. I can see him. What I would do is turn off your video, and that'll increase your bandwidth so we can hear your audio. Okay, so now talk.
So yeah, Mike, what I was saying is back in 2020, March, we did an experiment based on the gravity sphere. We spent about 4 years developing different kind of lifters, which Tim had done. And then we created a ball element.
I'm losing you. Why don't you put it in the chat?
I'll put it in
the chat, and then we can all see it, and I can answer it for you better.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. You know, it's interesting what you said about hardwired. That does make sense when it's cutting in and out like that. A lot of times that is Wi-Fi. Mine is hardwired too, so I'm right there with you.
Yeah, no, I got a what is it, RJ45 cable, and it's shielded.
Yeah, I know what you're.
So it means that you can't knock it out with ESD.
There you go. I'm running Cat 6 at home, you know, which you can buy now. You can buy gigabit routers, Cat 6 cabling. You can get data center quality stuff at Best Buy. So why not?
Yeah, just get the shielded ones. That's all I'm saying, because there's less interference.
Well, again, Nick, let me see. Nick Cook is with us. Let me see if he wants to unmute. Okay, and I think maybe he's prepping his stuff, or he's not quite ready yet. Okay, does anybody else have anything to mention, or any questions, or anything along those lines?
I was going to ask you earlier, but you moved on conversation-wise. Do I sound all right, or am I blowing everybody out?
No, you sound great, Thomas.
Okay, good deal. When you were talking about the lifter technology, did you try doing any stacking? Like put the lifter components inside of a restrictor, kind of like you have in with these cowled fans, where basically they're inside of a tube?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I did try stacking on. So the problem was like the type of stacking I tried was if you can picture a series of lifters, right? Because we build these triangles. You do a triangle with a corona wire, and then a triangle above it and a corona wire. I was able to get forward thrust with that, but obviously the problem is from the ion component of that. It's attracted to the foil above it as well as the foil below it. And so it negates a lot of that thrust. You get an overall net thrust, but it wasn't as great as I'd hoped.
Did you have it surrounded though, so that the airflow was trapped inside of a wind tunnel though, or was it still open air on the outside edges of it?
I tried, I didn't try it with a stack design, but I did try Bernoulli enhancement on it. And it did work pretty well. I had some results with that. And what you're talking about is the Bernoulli enhancer. What I was going for, what I was attempting was, so, and again, this is all part of the problem was lifters. The scientific world likes to make lifters seem really clean cut, but they weren't. Nothing about that was clean cut, and we had weird side effects. And for instance, the inertial profile on those never really lined up with what it should have, and if I had the time, I've got photos or I have videos buried somewhere where there was a fellow in Belgium called Savoir. He did one. By today's standards, it's like 320 by 240 video. It's tiny, but at the time, this is like 2001. It was good. And so what he did was he took a lifter and he put it on a gimbaling system, and he used a fan to spin it, right? So nothing is touching it. And so he spins it. This fan is kind of slow, but it starts spinning up to he gets it up to, I think, not 20 or maybe about 20 RPM. It's going around, about that fast.
Mm-hmm.
And it was turned off. And the minute he turns it on, it slows down and stops, even though it's being spun, right? So there's some kind of a weird inertial effect there. So the next experiment he did was he put this entire thing inside of an enclosure, and he spun the enclosure with the fan, right? So the lifter is completely contained. The power supply, he used leads that could pivot, the top and bottom power wires that could pivot, right? And the same thing happened. So when they're operating, they tend to reject external inertial forces, and I noticed that as well. You could have you'd have a lifter flying, and it would be tethered. If a strong wind came up, you could see that the lifter would actually try and reject the wind blowing it. There's no great way to describe that, but it would also reject changes in orientation and axis, things like that.
Well, I'm wondering if you've compared this to like when you run an electrical charge through a liquid between two magnetic plates, it'll cause it to flow in one direction between the plates. And maybe considered, since air is considered to be a fluid, it's just a much lower density fluid than, say, water. Applying some of those potential theories to it, which, I mean, I understand the issues with the unforeseen effects, considering you're working with a Brownian motion material that's basically whizzing around at 700 miles per hour, smacking off each other. So otherwise it wouldn't be a gas, it'd be a liquid. If you drop that speed down, it would end up glomming together and form a liquid. So
yeah, I mean there was, yeah, they were, I mean I did 2 or 3 years of intense work with lifters there, and I did it for a while after that, but and then I was part of these enormous discussion groups, and I think if Rob Chambers is here, I know definitely Rob remembers those, Tony Robertson, he probably remembers those. Gary probably remembers, Gary Stevenson probably remembers them. There used to be these massive Yahoo groups, and people would post these experiments to talk about what they were trying. And yeah, with the lifters, the thing that always troubled me was the ion wind is definitely a big part of what was going on with those. Absolutely. But it always felt like there was a lot more. And it's almost like the mainstream scientific view almost kind of swept that under the carpet. They're like, okay, it's ions, we're done, So
yeah, I was going to say, I was thinking that
looks like you're sharing on accident, Thomas. Oh, that's Michael. Okay.
Oh, I was going to say that's not
like rotation and mercury and magnetic fields and electromagnetics.
Well, the other thing I was thinking too, though, is that if you look at high voltage potential, there are these stories about ball lightning going right through solid objects, and then when it dissipated, it would drop solid mass and liquids that it carried through. Yet there's no damage to the solid object that went through. If that if that works that way, then that means there's probably something going on where it's forcing all the particles that are in the atoms, because most of an atom is just a
plasma ball. My dad actually saw that happen.
It's tunneling through the barrier.
Well, no, listen. The majority of an atom, though, is a vacuum.
Yeah.
The particles that make up the solid mass of an atom are very small, very minute. So if you organize them properly, they will pass right by each other, the way like airplanes flying by each other where there's a gap in between each one. Except we're talking about an airplane that has the room of almost an entire planet to fly by another airplane.
You mean if the fields don't interact?
Right, but they're moving so fast that basically normally they bounce against each other because there's enough time for them to come into contact with each other in relation to the speed that they're trying to pass through each other. But if you force them all into a specific orientation with high voltage, that could potentially cause an alignment to where they can pass through each other's vacuum areas. The solids of each of the material can pass through each other's vacuum without interacting. And maybe that has something to do with the ion lifter technology too, because you are working with high voltage and it might be forcing that alignment. The same thing applies
with the
I think,
high
to
voltage exciting
Yeah.
it into the plasma state. It's
Well-
the fact that you have to have it, that you have to see plasma as the fourth state of matter. High voltage connects like your single monoatomic atoms into that plasma state, which then interacts with the higher dimension of what the ancients called ether. Now we call dark antimatter, whatever, but it's the higher dimensional energy transfer back in and out into the third state solid, second state liquid,
so you're
first
saying
state
it's
gas.
resisting the inertial effect
plas-
because it's
Yeah.
interacting with the
Well-
solid mass we call dark matter that's so low energy state, it's all stable. So it's wanting to lock to it and stop moving. Like it's acting like it's stuck in a solid instead of in an empty
It's
void. that it
plasma.
normally is.
It's plasma state and resonance. You need
What-
both the resonance and the plasma state to create the tunneling effect, where you create a standing wave where you can go through the barrier without anything.
The other thing to keep in mind is you definitely have now with the ion part of this, you have some coupling issues with the lifters, and that was one of the reasons that we got into Bernoulli effect enhancement, because so you've got these planar sheets of air flowing, right? And the ions, I don't remember how fast they're traveling, but it's thousands of miles per hour, if not faster, because they're basically I tried both positive and negative voltage. So again, you could have electrons, which are, moving through the air, taking air molecules with them, or you could be stealing electrons from air molecules, which then promptly go to the ground, right? So
Right,
you
push-pull method.
yeah, there were, we tried both polarities with it. What I found was, not surprisingly, if you're adding electrons to air molecules, they will hop air molecules. But if you're stealing them, right, then it's less likely to, you don't have an excess of electrons to hop. So the same amount of voltage and current actually produces more force, right? Because you're working with ionized air instead of trying to basally charge the air and then hoping it goes where it's supposed to. So,
Well,
now
I was
in
gonna
charge
say,
of,
one other effect I should mention, I wanted to say this earlier. If you notice, you can run the same amount of wattage through a very small wire if it's running at a high voltage. And one of the things I thought that might be accounting for that is because at the higher voltage, all of the atoms in the wire are being forced into alignment so that they act more like materials at extremely low temperatures where they drop and all kind of stick together, so the electrons can just shoot straight through like through a Newton's cradle, as opposed to it, all being disjointed, and it has to go through the resistance of jumping from one electron orbit to the next where there's a gap. So I'm wondering if that applies to some of this too, with it running at a higher voltage like that.
it could be. I mean, yeah, I can't give you a good answer. It is an intriguing area. There's a lot there. And I think there's a lot there still waiting to be discovered. The challenge was getting the efficiency of these things up. So one thing that it was kind of people were getting excited about was at the time, not graphene, but they were looking at basically nanofibers to emit these things. And the idea was you put a bunch of these nanofibers, almost like steel wool, and maybe you could emit these ions, you could lower the voltage down to reasonable temperatures and emit tons of them. But one of the problems in general is when you've got that many emitters that close to each other, the electric fields tend to smooth out. And so one of the problems we ran into was you want to have lots of emitters, but you don't want to have them, electrically speaking, you don't want to have them form a solid field. You really want them to be these narrow filaments. So
right.
Well,
Yeah, I think we're just about on the hour.
Yeah. I was going to say is
a lifter thing. I guess I just quickly say that the two most important keys to it are you want high number of neutral air impacts. So you want your ions that are being accelerated between your collector and your emitter grid to impact as many neutral air molecules as possible, so you can get that maximum dielectric entrainment of neutral air density. And the second thing is the cross-sectional area of the wire is extremely important. The smaller the cross-section of the individual conductors of the wire, the higher the efficiency, because the electrons can easily leap off of those emitters, or they can easily be collected by them. And so it's much more efficient to produce ions with these small cross-sections. And there's seldom a conductor ever discovered by mankind that's thinner than a single carbon nanotube. So coating a already thin conductor in a barrage of nanotubes to get what you would call kind of a fuzzy wire is one of the most effective ways to both collect ions from the atmosphere, as Ion Power Group has done, and they're able to power, you know, several kilowatts of machines with collected ion power from the upper atmosphere. And then it's also one of the most effective ways to produce ions. So these are definitely some fundamental principles as far as the ion thrust engines go. And the most effective is actually to produce the ions within an enclosed chamber and inject them between your two potential grids, so that you're not producing them with a corona wire. And this allows you to get a much higher ion density into that airstream and get a much higher neutral air impact than you could possibly get in terms of accelerating at the same voltage that you're producing ions at.
There you go.
But it's like
Something else I've noticed too is
yeah.
nobody is using basic aviation physics, where they're not using any nozzles to make sure that the airflow that's coming out is not losing lifting or thrust potential by basically nozzling it. Instead, it's just left to expand in all directions, which anything that's not coming straight down out of the lifter in the direction that you want to push the lifter in the opposite direction is going to have a very limited amount of effect on its forward motion.
Yeah. Yeah, and I could speak to that, but I think we're just about at the top of the hour. So let's table that until another session. Let me see if Nick is with us. Nick Cook, sir. There we go.
I am here.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Well, let me do this. Let me do an intro first. A man who needs no introduction, but I need to do one nonetheless. 20 years ago, the former aviation editor of Jane's Defense Weekly stunned the world with The Hunt for Zero Point, which offered insights into the secret Nazi weapons programs of World War II and how those influenced classified aerospace research over the course of the 20th century. He joins us today to discuss what has changed since HCP's publication and offers his thoughts and insights on the rapidly evolving UAP story, as well as the social and geopolitical trends that are shaping the aerospace needs of tomorrow. So everybody, please welcome Nick Cook to today's event. And sir, I would love to hand it over to you.
Well, thank you, Tim. That was a fabulous welcome. Are we sharing screen now?
Not yet.
Okay. So if you want to go to share screen.
There we go. Okay.
Okay. And then.
Perfect.
How's that looking?
Oh, looks great.
No?
Oh, and it's showing, looks like it's showing your notes there too.
No, okay. And I need to do something else. Slideshow. How about that?
There we go.
Better?
Wonderful.
Yeah. Good.
It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. And thank you so much for presenting for us today. It is truly an honor to have you here.
No. Well, it's a pleasure. You and I go back a long way, so we can talk about that. I came into the conversation while we were talking about lifters, Tim, and I remember when we first met, which was, I think I was just in the middle of making a documentary, and you provided the lifter segment, which was fantastic. So it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. And for those of you who don't know me, and there's no reason why you should, I'll give you a little bit of background. So I was the aerospace editor of Jane's Defense Weekly from 1987 to 2005. I'm a little vague sometimes on when I left Jane's, because they sort of employed me as a consultant towards the end, and I sort of drifted on for a bit, but basically it was till about 2005. While I was at Jane's, I started to write books, and in fact, I started to write novels to begin with. But in 2001, which is what I guess we're sort of predominantly here to discuss,
I wrote a book called The Hunt for Zero Point, which I will come on to in a minute. So in addition to the novels, which is fiction, obviously, I have a non-fiction background as well. I'm also a ghostwriter. Not many people know that because ghostwriters don't tend to shout from the rooftops what they do, but in effect, we write books for other people. So I do a bit of that. I've done a bit of that. I don't do too much of it now. But it was a very useful skill because it sort of allowed me to get into the minds of other people and speak for them, which is what I've done for I think about a dozen books, mainly in the military field, but not all. I am also a consultant, so I have worked for and with aerospace and defense companies. We can talk a little bit, perhaps at the end, about something that I was involved in from about 2007 onwards, which was an outfit which was looking to work with aerospace and defense companies to use their skills base and technology base to work on global challenges. I've recently resurrected that under the NCW banner, which is my sort of company and website. And we could talk a little bit about that too. Finally, getting back to the novel thing, I have recently rewritten or sort of re-embraced the whole novel writing thing. I've written a book called The Grid, which sort of touches on some of the things that we'll be talking about today technologically. But that, I hope, gives you a bit of a flavor about what my background is. As I said, we're here to talk primarily about The Hunt for Zero Point. I have to pinch myself that it was published in the UK 20 years ago. In fact, it came out the day before 9/11, which is not a great time to publish a book, but it was an even worse time clearly for the world. So it was a time of great turmoil. I then had a US launch the following year. So that actually sort of took off, I think, probably even more than the UK one did. But The Hunt has been a great journey for me. I'm going to get into it in some detail in a minute. But it sort of, again, for those who don't know it or haven't read it, it really allowed me to explore what I took to be, or postulated to be, the biggest secret that I could conceive of while I was working as aerospace editor of Jane's Defense Weekly, that was out there in the world of aerospace and defense. And it's really hard now to sort of put ourselves back in that mindset. But well, actually, I started the research 30 years ago. So I started it in 1990. At that time, the whole area of anti-gravity, of sort of advanced propulsion, particularly UFOs and UAP, which we'll come on to as well, was so taboo that, I mean, I frequently wrote in the book, and it wasn't a joke, that I was in sort of some terror that I was going to lose my job when this book came out, because it was breaking so many taboos in my industry and my business. But in the end, of course, what it came to be about was anti-gravity. Could it exist? Did it exist? Again, I'm going to talk about that in more depth in a minute. For me personally, it was a great opportunity to write what I call here a kind of dark letter, a dark love letter to an industry which I'd so enjoyed working, well, reporting on for all the years that I did it. But I sort of got to the point, I think, in the late 1990s when I really thought, you know, I'm sort of done here. I mean, I've had a fantastic time. I've really enjoyed reporting on that whole world. But you know, if I'm going to go out, I might as well go out with a bang. And that really was sort of what The Hunt was about in a way. So if we take that 1990 sort of start point as the journey beginning for me, whilst I had sort of always said to myself that I wanted to use this incredibly rarefied and privileged position that I had at Jane's Defence Weekly, which had, and I guess still has, I'm not that familiar with it now, but a great sort of, we had a very good reputation within the whole aerospace and defence business, not just in the industry, but also amongst ministries, intelligence agencies. There was pretty much nowhere you couldn't go when you had that Jane's passport. So this was the thing that really set me thinking, which was, okay, I've got this access. I was quite young. I mean, how old was I? I was barely 30, I think. And I thought, if I'm going to make use of this position, what am I going to do? And it was this idea that, okay, you know, there's your day job, that's fine, do that. But behind your day job, can you explore amongst the people that you're seeing the notion that there may be this incredibly deep, dark secret that has been suppressed? And you know, that led me to thinking, what could that deep, dark secret be? And inevitably, I thought that it would probably be in the area of a propulsion and or an energy breakthrough. So with that in mind, sort of in the most extraordinary sort of happenstance way that occurs when I think you sort of wander along this signal line, one day I got an article plonked on my desk, and back in Jane's in those days, we had a central mail opening service. So, you know, if there was no such thing as privacy, all your mail would be open centrally and it would be distributed to the people it was meant to be going to. So I found this article on my desk. And when I say this article, the picture that you see here was from a 1950s magazine. I didn't even know what publication it was from because the photocopy that had been made of it had cut off the name of the publication. I later found out that it was actually in a sort of aero modeling publication, but it spoke to these aerospace companies that had very familiar names. They were, some of them listed here, the Glenn L. Martin Aircraft Company, Bell, Lear, there were others, Lockheed, Convair, really well-known companies that were all exploring the anti-gravity scene. And this, to me, was just insane. I mean, you know, I was steeped and had been steeped for many years in this very traditional aerospace reporting scene. And here were all of these companies talking very seriously in the mid-1950s about how they were very close to an anti-gravity breakthrough. And one of them, one of the executives who were quoted, which really lifted it out of sort of the usual domain of, you know, sources said this, or, non-named individuals talking about all of this stuff. But here was this guy called George S. Trimble, who worked for the Glenn Martin Company. He was a very senior individual in their research and development organization. And he said, we are already working on canceling gravity. It could be done in the time it took to build the first atomic bomb. And when I read this, I thought, well, okay, well, here's, you know, there are named companies, there are named individuals. And as much as I didn't want to be dragged into this whole scene, I thought, well, look, you know, if there's something here, a few phone calls are going to establish whether there's anything in it. And I made a couple of phone calls to people I knew in the business. And one of them eventually, but this is people I knew in the PR side of the companies I was talking to, one of them tracked down George Trimble. It was actually through Lockheed Martin, because Martin Aircraft Company had obviously become part of what is now Lockheed Martin. And this contact, PR contact of mine, said, I've tracked down George Trimble. he doesn't want to be interviewed by you. In fact, he doesn't want to be contacted by you at all. And I'm suggesting to you, Nick, this is what the PR executive said, that you drop this story because I don't know what it's about, but it's obviously, it's obviously, you're obviously up to no good and it's going to get you into trouble. So I just recommend you drop it. Well, of course, you know, that is red rag to a bull. From that moment on, I hadn't really been into this story until then, but I certainly was now. And off I went. So, regrettably, what I found was when I looked into this sort of mid-1950s scene was that for all of these programs that were being discussed in America in the mid-1950s, which just petered away to nothing by the end of the 1950s. So by the early 1960s, it was like none of this had ever happened. I'd had some experience in Jane's of covering Black programs at that time. Bear in mind that this was in the sort of late 80s, early 1990s. We'd had the big Reagan era ramp up of defense spending, particularly in the classified realm. We had aircraft like the F-117 that had been developed in the Black. A colleague of mine, Bill Sweetman, who I'm sure many of you will know the name of, if not know personally. Bill was working at Jane's at the time, and we paired up on a lot of stories, and we covered the whole Black world scene, which was very exciting at the time because there was plenty going on. There was not only was the 117 sort of beginning to emerge out of the Black from the Skunk Works, but there was the B2, which was sort of semi-Black. It was more gray than anything else. And then towards the end of the 80s, we got rumors of very exotic sounding, but very ethereal programs like Aurora, hypersonic, a putative hypersonic platform that was meant to replace the SR-71 Blackbird. You know, all of these reports we looked at very carefully at Jane's, and Bill Sweetman and I particularly spent a long time looking into them. But they ultimately, they kind of led, you know, beyond the ones that became public, which were predominantly the 117 and the B2. The others were very, they just, all of those stories kind of went everywhere and nowhere. But there was enough for me to know that this anti-gravity story had a kind of a tail, you know, it began somewhere. And so annoyingly for me, because I really did not want to trace it back into World War II, but that was where many of these stories about, you know, anti-gravitational type technologies seem to originate. There were reports, as many of you will know, at the end of the Second World War in 1944 and 45, about Foo Fighters buzzing Allied aircraft over Germany. I looked into that. I found a very interesting paper in the US Air Force's files called Project Lusty, which stood for, as you can see here, Luftwaffe secret technology. It was an interesting file to me because it hadn't been scrutinized much, if at all, at this point. And I'm going now probably to the mid-90s, I guess, when I took a look at it, maybe the late 90s. And it was full of raw intelligence data brought back by British and American technology plunder operatives in the field that brought these raw reports back of what the Germans had been up to in the advanced technology area. I was looking for a kind of smoking gun, you know, to see whether there had been either reports of exotic disc-shaped aircraft or exotic propulsion technology. There was lots of very circumstantial evidence. There was talk of directed energy weapons, of which I was completely unaware. I was unaware that the Germans had been involved in directed energy at the time that I was looking into this stuff. There were plenty of reports of systems that would have gone into an integrated sort of disc-shaped aircraft, but there was nothing that remotely resembled a flying saucer itself. So somewhat disappointed, but not altogether surprised, I moved on to what I considered to be much more my bread and butter, which was up-to-date stuff. So if we sort of fast forward to the mid-1990s again, to the sort of 1996 field, I was first sort of apprised of what was going on in this whole area of gravity shielding by an article that came out in Britain's Sunday Telegraph, which you can see on the left. It was called "Breakthrough as Scientists Beat Gravity," and it was a sort of very pop story about Yevgeny Podkletnov. I went on to meet Podkletnov later, and if I forget to mention that, perhaps we can come back to that in questions. But there was an amazing guy at BAE Systems. I know some of those in the audience out there tonight will know of the very redoubtable Ron Evans, who worked at BAE Systems and who was in charge of a small department, but he was in charge of a BAE-led enterprise called Project Greenglow. Ron invited Yevgeny Podkletnov to BAE Systems Wharton plant in, I think it was about 1999 or 2000. But I'm getting ahead of myself. That was in the future. Back in '96, this Telegraph story told of Podkletnov's apparent achievement, which was to have caused weight reduction in objects above rotating superconductors on the order of sort of 2 to 3%. And I know, again, this is a subject very close to Tim's heart, because Tim and I had pored over Podkletnov's achievements or not over endless conversations, back at that time. But it was frustrating, because although other scientists, particularly at NASA and the University of Alabama, Huntsville, around that time were seeking to replicate what Podkletnov had been doing, as far as I'm aware, and I have been out of touch for a while, and I'm sure some of you at the end will be able to correct me, but no replication was successful, in part or in main, because those rotating superconductive disks could not be built to the integrity that was required. And Podkletnov always said that he had the kind of magic formula, which only he knew, and that was why no one else was successful in doing all of this stuff. In amongst all of the people who were trying to replicate his activities, I met the mythical, almost, Ning Li at a quite a sort of seminal event in all of this, which was it was a conference on gravity and anti-gravity at the MITRE Corporation in just outside Washington, DC, and I think it was in 2003. And Ning Li was there. Actually, she was sort of presiding over it as the sort of the mistress, master of ceremonies. And I had an opportunity to sit down and talk with her afterwards. And of course, it wasn't that long after that event that she disappeared off the face of the globe, having received some, a not insubstantial amount of money from US Army Missile Command to develop her ideas. As I'm sure, again, many of you, or if not most or all of you, will know that Ning Li actually passed away earlier this year in the summer. That was the first mention that I had seen of her in the sort of 15 years that she had literally disappeared off the face of the earth. So if any of you have any updates on what she'd been doing in the intervening 15 years, I'd be very interested to hear them. But my overriding recollection of her, she was very, I liked her. I thought she sounded a very principled individual. And so I was rather, personally, I was sorry that when I heard that she had passed away earlier this year. So moving on, Black World stuff. Okay, so in 1998, I made a documentary for the Discovery Channel and Channel 5 in the UK, which was called $1 Billion Secret. And $1 Billion Secret was sort of, again, I was quaking in my boots because I thought, if Janes don't fire me for doing this, you know, I don't know what I have to do to get fired. But it was really looking at the interface between deeply classified programs and particularly what people said they were seeing over the desert southwest of the States in that sort of late 80s, early 90s timeframe, and UFO lore, LORE. You know, to what extent did these two overlap? To what extent did they collide? It became a sort of less a kind of technological hunt, more a sort of getting into the mindset of both the people who were developing these programs, but also the people who were seeing what they saw in the sky. And it was really my sort of introduction to the world of ufology. I spent some considerable time, I mean, documentary filmmaking time, about a week in the San Luis Valley in Colorado. And there were farmers there who were, you know, I mean, you don't get much more down-to-earth people than farmers, but these people were being confronted almost daily by things they could not explain. You know, lights in the sky, their cattle were being mutilated. They really couldn't understand what was happening in their locale. And when I interviewed them about this, you know, they said, we just want answers. So it just happened that I had an interview booked in the middle of that week with General George Mullner, who was the head of research and development for the US Air Force at that time. And this was, again, about 1998. So I flew from the San Luis Valley to Washington, and I interviewed George on his last day in office. And we were specifically cleared to talk about Black programs. So this was really interesting for me because, you know, every attempt I'd ever made before to talk about Black world stuff had always been by talking to sources in darkened rooms, or, you know, sort of telephone calls from telephone boxes, and it was all very cloak and dagger. But here was George on his last day. He was sort of apparently quite demob happy and happy to talk about all of these pesky questions that I had about Black programs, you know, including things like Aurora. But when I walked into his office, and he, you know, he's incredibly friendly and welcoming. When I walked into his office, I said, "Hey, George," or General Mullner, "I've just come from the San Luis Valley, and there are all of these farmers who are reporting stuff in the sky which they really can't explain." I said, "Is that anything we should look to the Air Force as being responsible for?" And George said, as it says at the bottom of this slide here, he said, "Get me the name of the contractor, because whatever's out there has nothing to do with the US Air Force." Well, you know, I know enough and had known enough then to know that you can do an awful lot in the name of your country to obscure and hide Black programs. That's perfectly permissible. So I didn't take George's denials at face value, but we did have a very interesting conversation about, you know, what was and what wasn't out there. And in the double speak that we sort of, the double speak language that we conversed in, it was very clear to me what the US Air Force at the time was looking for. And again, you'll see that quote here, things that push the envelope beyond where we're looking at next generation stealth, certain breakthrough weapons technologies, info war, spy satellites. And in fact, I even talked to him about, Aurora, this putative Mark V SR-71 replacement. And he said something which was sort of, I don't know, teasing, beguiling, whatever, but it stuck in my mind, which was that there was a gap. There was a gap in satellite coverage between the generation of satellites which were basically analog and the digital generation of satellites that were coming on stream around about the time that the SR-71 was retired. And he sort of teasingly said to me, if there were such a gap and you needed to fill it with something, don't you think that we would have filled it with a platform that might just match the characteristics of Aurora? So, you pays your money and you takes your choice. And that may have been an admission that something was built, but hey, it might just have been smoke and mirrors again. And in this game, as many of you will know, you have to listen a lot and not jump to conclusions. And I think you also have to be very prepared to change your mind, because if you stick to a rigid viewpoint in this game, I think you're lost. I always say, particularly when looking at the whole UFO field, that I reserve my right to change my mind about the whole UFO scene and what it means at all times, because it is so teasing, beguiling, shifting and changing that I think only a fool, dare I say it, would stick to a very rigid position on it. So having sort of run out of steam talking to General Mulner and his ilk, I then found myself dragged back very reluctantly back to Nazi Germany, because somebody pointed out to me that a guy called SS General Hans Kammler, whom I'd never heard of until that point, but thinking I knew quite a lot about the history of the Second World War, I was surprised by that, because Kammler's position, he was a very senior ranking SS general at the end of the Second World War. His position was to, he had all of Nazi Germany's secret weapons programs, particularly in the aerospace field, under his control right at the end of the war. And so, it was pointed out to me that if anyone would have known what the Germans were up to at the end of the Second World War, it would have been SS General Hans Kammler. Well, sort of like, so what, I said. Well, they said, well, the interesting thing about Kammler is that he disappeared off the face of the earth at the end of the Second World War. Well, that got my attention, because in the 6 conflicting accounts of his death, any sort of, anyone worth their salt investigating these sorts of individuals will know that that is a sort of pretty good indicator that there is dirty work afoot. And sure enough, Kammler had disappeared off the face of the globe. These conflicting reports of his death were clearly designed to obfuscate the tracks that he left behind. He was, as I said, in charge of all of Germany's secret weapons programs right at the end of the war. And it was really in following up this sort of Kammler trail that I came across a piece of technology, if you can call it that, that was pointed out to me by a guy called Igor Witkowski, which many people will know now because it sort of has gone into mythology, really, in this whole area, and that is the Nazi bell. Igor Witkowski, who was a Polish journalist, he'd spent a long time investigating top secret German secret weapons programs at the end of the Second World War. Igor led me to this program. There was a physical location for it, which was in southwest Poland, modern southwest Poland, but which had, of course, been part of Nazi Germany at the end of the Second World War. And I flew out to see him I think it was in the year 2000. It was just before, literally just before I had to deliver the book. But I managed to persuade my publishers to sort of delay publication by a few months because I thought this lead sounded interesting. I'd been quite wrapped up in the whole Kamla story, and it seemed to be a sort of thread that came off the Kamla story, because whatever this Bell program was that Igor was talking about was very much under Kamla's purview. So I go out to this place, the Wenceslas mine, it was a very sort of atmospheric evening. I think it was this time of year, so it was sort of November-ish, and it was dark and it was cold, and we'd spent the entire day driving down from Warsaw to get to this place, very tired at the end of the day. And then I come out sort of in the car's headlights as we drive into this complex, which is known as the Wenceslas mine. There is this sort of henge edifice, which you'll see at the bottom of the screen here, which has sort of become famous. But actually, you know, rather more prosaically, yeah, I said to Igor at the time, are you sure this isn't the base of a cooling tower? Because it could just as easily be the base of a cooling tower as it could be the test rig, as you're saying, Igor. It is for an anti-gravity type disc-shaped vehicle. Anyway, I covered the story. I wrote it up in a chapter in the book, and I leave floating the idea that you know, this edifice, this whole place, actually seemed, you know, much more in tune with the idea that the Germans were developing some kind of nuclear weapons capability in this particular area. And in fact, actually, that is the great untold story of all of this, and particularly Kamla's rather unpleasant legacy, is that he was in charge of the SS's nuclear weapons program, which was quite separate from the, if you can call it, white world German atomic bomb program under Heisenberg. Bottom left there, you'll see the Haigerloch nuclear reactor, which was discovered by American forces. You can see in that picture right at the end of the war. The SS had been developing an entirely separate strand of nuclear weapons technology, which in that book you see in the middle, The Hidden Nazi, actually talks about what happened to Kamla. I started working with the authors of that book shortly after the Hunt for Zero Point had been published. So probably in about 2004 or 5, I got in touch with, or actually Keith Chester, one of the authors, got in touch with me, and we started working the Kamla angle. We were all very convinced that Kamla had survived the war, that he'd probably done a deal with the Americans. I'd sort of hinted as much at the end of the Hunt for Zero Point. It was possible, though, that he might have done a deal with the Russians. But these guys did a tremendous job. I left the project because I went on to do other things. They went on to finish that book, and they absolutely smashed it, if you'll allow the expression, because they found documentary evidence that showed that Kamla had survived the war, that he had done a deal with the Americans indeed, which had kept him alive at least for a year after the end of the Second World War, and had obviously traded many secrets. Was anti-gravity one of them? No. I think we can safely say it wasn't. There is no smoking gun to any kind of German anti-gravity development effort. Now, whether there was something in the science and technology field at a very low, as we would call it nowadays, TRL level, technology readiness level, maybe, but nothing in the area of sort of ready, developed, maturely developed technology. But the Kamla story is a fascinating one, and if anyone is minded to read it, I do urge you to look at The Hidden Nazi. It's a good read. So a quick sort of word on what really came to be my kind of epilogue almost in the hunt, which was after the whole Nazi Germany thing, you know, where did I go next? Well, someone had told me about a guy at Lockheed Martin, Fort Worth, called Boyd Bushman. Boyd, who attracted some sort of unwelcome publicity. I mean, Boyd was a lovely guy. I first met him when I was doing that documentary, $1 Billion Secret, in the late 1990s, when he was still working for Lockheed Martin Fort Worth, whose entranceway you can see there in top right. And the PR guys at LM Fort Worth had set me up with Boyd because I'd asked when we were making the film $1 Billion Secret whether there was anyone working on any kind of exotic propulsion technology. And I think they were so scratching their heads that the only guy they could come up with was this senior scientist called Boyd Bushman. And to this day, I'm not entirely sure that they completely understood what Boyd was talking about, which is why I think they allowed him to talk to me. But Boyd was a complete maverick. He never towed the party line. He never towed the company line. He said what he wanted to say. And Boyd started telling me about John Hutchison. John Hutchison is, again, I'm well known to many of you, a Canadian inventor who had been evaluated by a Pentagon science team in the 1980s. Boyd said, if you want to know about anti-gravity, Nick, go and see this guy, John Hutchison. So I did. And John was interesting. He is a wild and crazy guy. He's even more wild and crazy now than he was then. But he had been evaluated by a team led by Colonel John Alexander, who was working, I think, at the time for INSCOM, the US Army's intelligence command. And John was, he said, through the equipment that he had put together in his lab, was able to levitate objects, make them fly around his laboratory. He could make them lose weight. He could disrupt them, which was his terminology for sort of bending, sort of metal rods, transmuting metals from one element into another. It was wild and crazy stuff, and on this trail, who could resist this notion, particularly when you're led to it by a senior scientist at the world's largest defense company. So off I trotted to see John, and he showed me his setup. But I came away thinking, this is sort of strange here. I'd had very little exposure at this point to anything beyond the sort of the nuts and bolts of anti-gravity. But it always struck me that John, who was such an intense individual, was somehow bound up in the experiments himself. In other words, there was something to do with John himself that was making all of these things happen, which he disputed because he wanted to be known, I'm sure he won't mind my saying this, as the great inventor. When I asked John Alexander about it, I said, what was your conclusion? You guys invested $50,000, which back in the 80s wasn't an inconsiderable amount, to look at his work. I said, what did you make of John's work? And he said, well, I always felt that John himself was part of this. It was his psychokinesis which was making all of this happen, which was kind of interesting because that was the conclusion that I'd come to as well. finally, a sort of last word on Victor Schauberger, who was really part of the German story, but was another maverick in the vein of John Hutchison and Boyd Bushman. Victor Schauberger was a forester. He came to the SS's attention during the war. They tried to make him work for them, actually with some success, because the devices that he was building, which mimicked the way nature worked, and again, this was, Boyd Bushman was very keen to talk to me in very elliptical sort of language sometimes about, it's nature holds the clue to what you're looking for, Nick. And Schauberger was very much of that ilk as well. What nature can teach us is what finally will reveal and unveil truths about things. And they were talking about, sort of concepts which were very alien to me at the time. Again, this was late 1990s. Things like the void. I didn't know what the void was. I didn't really know what the vacuum was. I didn't know really what vacuum energy was. These were just sort of terms that were thrown around to me at the time. But when I was finally sort of led to go and see, or directed to go and see Hal Puthoff, whom again I went to see round about the end of sort of my research journey into the hunt. Hal started talking about things like 0-point energy, and of course, that in the end is where I took the book's title from. I knew that 0-point energy was fundamental to everything that was being discussed in the book. I just don't think I had a sort of very sort of firm handle at the time as to just how influential that science was on everything that I was writing about and covering, to be absolutely honest. I knew though that Hal was at this kind of nexus of all kinds of things. Not only was he the brave and heretical scientist who was talking about 0-point energy at a time when it was incredibly unfashionable, not to say heretical, in fact, but he was also, of course, instrumental in pulling together the CIA's and the DIA's and the US Army's remote viewing program, which was a psychic spying program set up in the 1970s, which ran for 15 years or thereabouts and was continuously funded throughout that time, which always to me was telling. I in my job at Jane's, I always followed the money. I did that Woodward and Bernstein thing because the money really spoke. If there was money there, you could bet your bottom dollar literally that there was substance to what was being funded. I mean, it didn't always pan out, but that was a fairly safe bet. And here was Hal funding Hal and Russell Targ being funded for a long time into remote viewing. And through all of that, actually, I came to meet quite a few of the remote viewers. In fact, after The Hunt was published in 2001, I got rung up by this, God knows how he got my number, but rung up by this guy who announced himself as Ingo Swann. And I knew Ingo Swann. I knew the name Ingo Swann because Hal had mentioned him. He was the chief, if you can call it that, chief psychic within the remote viewing program. Ingo was at one time lauded as the world's greatest psychic. And he had devised with Hal and others the protocols that allowed remote viewing to go ahead. So literally it would be on the basis of coordinates. A coordinate would be given and the remote viewer would be directed, his or her consciousness would be directed to that coordinate, and they would then seek to bring back impressions of the target area. So Ingo said to me, I've read your book, The Hunt for Zero Point, and I'd like to discuss it with you. Do you ever come to New York? So I said that I did, and the next time I was passing through, I went to see him, and we sort of struck up a friendship. And there am I, bottom right, talking to Ingo there in front of one of his paintings, because he was first and foremost an artist. And then when he died in 2013, his family asked whether I would like to write his sort of biography, you know, a kind of definitive account of his life. And we looked at that for a month or two, and then decided that there was nothing usefully really that I could add, that Ingo, who had written prolifically about his life, and others too, had already written about it. So I said, I'll pass on that. But in the meantime, we'd found 2 lost manuscripts of his, which went into some considerable depth on Ingo's take on consciousness, and they'd not been published before. And I offered to sort of edit them, put them into this volume, which we call Resurrecting the Mysterious, which you can see at the bottom of the screen. And that was published actually finally only last year. But what all of this stuff was beginning to do was sort of direct me towards consciousness as being a sort of interesting area for examination, a long way from the nuts and bolts of my aerospace and defense reporting. But everything seemed to be sort of shepherding me in this direction. So much so that all the research that I sort of managed to gather by 2019, I felt not confident enough to put into a non-fiction book. But I did feel confident enough. In fact, I felt compelled enough to write it in fiction form in a book called The Grid. And The Grid takes sort of the remote viewing angle, but it also seeks to ask what would happen if you could build technology out of the skill set that remote viewers essentially used. So is there some technological application of what, you know, Hal and others, Ingo and others, were doing in the remote viewing area that could give you the ultimate surveillance system that basically knew everything, right down to what you were thinking? And that's what The Grid was about. And I sort of thought I would actually leave it there and move on to other things, and which I was fully intending to do until, well, this happened. 2017, December the 16th, the New York Times publishes this story, Glowing Auras and Black Money, the Pentagon's mysterious UFO program. I'm sure many of you, if not all of you, will be aware of it. Who isn't? It is, it was extraordinary, really. And I'm just going to take a pause and grab a glass of water before I go on. Because up until then, like I say, all of this is and was incredibly taboo. In my field, it was really taboo. I felt I could take the whole subject of anti-gravity as far as I could without being fired. In fact, I probably should just, postscript that. Of course, I came back to Jane's after I wrote The Hunt for Zero Point, and I wasn't fired, amazingly, but for me personally, I'd sort of kind of moved on. It was, after you'd done a story as exciting as that, some of the things that I had been really excited about until then didn't seem quite so exciting. The sort of nuts and bolts of, aerospace and defense reporting didn't quite have the appeal that it had. But I'd really left this whole subject alone. But when this story came out in the New York Times, it had this remarkable effect, really, which was it suddenly liberated me, and I think it probably liberated an awful lot of people, to know that what was previously taboo was now acceptable in the kinds of circles that I was reporting on to discuss. Because here was the US Navy being buzzed by something or things it had no rational explanation for. It was talking about it openly. It was saying that it was baffled. There was a real sincerity about it that I'd not detected before. There was no apparent deception or manipulation. This looked like genuine stuff. And then you had the New York Times reporting it. So suddenly it's kind of like open season. You know, all of this stuff that I'd not previously been able to discuss in polite company was now freely available to talk about. And I think it's had the most remarkable effect on the community. And, you know, God bless Leslie Keane and Ralph Blumenthal and, you know, the people who wrote this story, revealing the existence of ATIP, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program within the Pentagon that had looked at unidentified aerial phenomena, aka UFOs, since I think 2008, when it was first funded. Because suddenly we could all talk about this stuff. You know, if the Pentagon's doing it, if the US Navy is talking about it, well, you know, we can too. And as you all know, there was then sort of a trajectory from December the 16th, 2017, right up until June the 25th, I think it was, of this year, when the ODNI, the Office of the the ODNI report anyway to Congress was released. I read it like everyone else did, and you know, sort of partly in frustration, infuriated that you know, it hadn't got into the weeds and the depths of it, certainly, or at least in the unclassified version that I saw. That you know, it just left so many questions really left open. But its significance to me was that it existed or had existed at all, and that it was not dismissing UFOs as a thing, as you know, previous reports had done. And you know, Project Blue Book was closed in 1969 because there was supposedly nothing to see. There was no threats to national security, et cetera, et cetera. All of this, to my mind, was turned on its head with this ODNI report back in June. Lots of questions. Perhaps if there's time at the end, we can, you know, talk about some of them. Things that came to my mind was, you know, where was the US Air Force in all of this? I mean, it had such a peripheral mention, and not surprising really, because as anyone who's ever done any due diligence into the subject knows, the US Air Force has been all over the UFO story since the very beginning. But in the ODNI report, it was sort of made out that, you know, the only data that was really worth looking at had been since 2004. And, you know, so that anything pre-2004 was sort of just, you know, a sort of dark hinterland that sort of wasn't worth exploring. Well, that, again, to my mind, is where a lot, if not all of the, or a great deal of the interesting stuff has taken place. So we can talk about that, I hope, a little bit if there is time, Tim, in Q&A. But it is, you know, the cat's out of the bag, the genie's out of the bottle. There is no putting the cork back on the bottle. This thing is now out there, and it isn't all about, in fact, actually, if you listen to the DoD, it is nothing to do with what has been developed in secret by you guys. I think we can discuss that, But the key takeaway is that there is a phenomenon here which defies what most people would say is explainable by things we know and understand. It is not. This is baffling stuff, and it is the great question of our age, I think. Reality. Why have I put this slide up, and why have I put Don Hoffman up here? Well, when that report came out, as it did in June, I'd been intrigued by UFOs for a while. I'd sort of kept it pretty, I'd not too many people I told, but many people, I was interested in it all. And it struck me that, the whole reason that we hadn't made as much progress on the subject as perhaps we should have is because a lot of people had looked at it as a nuts and bolts phenomenon. This was technology and should be examined as a technological issue and a technological problem. I really questioned that. I thought, well, if it was, a strict nuts and bolts problem to do with extraterrestrials visiting us from other star systems or wherever, which it might well be, by the way, but only as a subset of a bigger whole. Why hadn't that delivered answers? I thought a much more interesting route, given that I had now become interested in the whole consciousness thing, was to look at the UFO phenomenon through the lens of the way we perceive reality. And so I went on a sort of a bit of a trawl and a bit of a hunt to see if I could find people who could help me. I'm not a physicist, I'm not a scientist, I'm just a writer, I'm a journalist, but I'm a curious individual. And I wanted a model that could help explain reality in a way that might explain what UFOs were or are. And I came to Don Hoffman because he presented reality in a very interesting allegorical way, which is basically that we should think of reality as we think of, or the relationship we have to reality with the relationship we have with a computer screen. I am gazing at my computer screen now. I'm looking at the interface, the screen itself. I'm looking at some icons on it. I don't need to understand the software. I don't need to understand the hardware, but I can click on icons and I can basically do whatever I want to do through the interface, which is sort of what Don Hoffman is saying about reality, which is that we have developed a relationship with reality wherein it gives us no more than we need for our survival. So the icons on our screen, our user interface, are all associated with survival. And we have filtered out things that are not necessary or germane to our survival because we don't need them. We don't need psychic ability in our daily lives because if we were tuned into the deeper realms, as Don Hoffman calls them, it would blow our minds. There would be so much information coming into our minds that we wouldn't be able to handle it. And I think this is or for me, this was a very useful model to understand reality and to look on it as a way of probing the UAP sphere in a way that I think it should be. So Don is even trying to unpick that screen mathematically to understand its workings, to allow us to explore some of the deeper realms technologically. But in the meantime, he's saying that there are methods that allow us to do that. I mean, one of them is remote viewing. Another one is through psychedelic drugs or meditation or near-death experiences. I mean, there are a number of ways into the interface which Don Hoffman says are sort of kind of, interim steps pending the development of technology that will allow us to get there. And in some ways, all of this was a bit scary to me because I'd been writing it in fiction form in the grid sometime before I came across Don Hoffman. But hey, it is what it is, and this is sort of where I am at the moment. Last slide. So, for some time now, I've been looking at, models of sort of trying to understand through models of my own how we might understand this interface. And I've got a sort of schematic here. It's don't take it literally, but if we could take a slice through consciousness, and if it gave us the sort of the depth planes of existence that you can sort of see in the right there, we would sit somewhere on that spectrum. At the very sort of high frequency end, you've got some stuff going on, which obviously is, perhaps there's an analogy to sort of light and the brightness of that light. There are then lower dimensions, and where we sit on that spectrum is anyone's guess. But somewhere and somehow in this picture, we have extruded, I think, organized matter in a universe that is very fine-tuned to us, and the things that we see on the interface, which, as I said, per Don Hoffman, are normally geared to our survival. So those icons would be, warmth, water, reproductive sex, call it what you will, that whatever it is that we need for our continued survival. Every now and again, we get a rogue icon on that interface. We get a UFO, we get a cryptid, we get a ghost, we get we get something we can't explain on that interface. And science, or at least mainstream science, has not wanted to look at that because it is, again, it's taboo. We're back in that, with that T word again. But I think we need to look at it. I think if science doesn't look at those rogue icons, it is missing a trick, because I think the only way, and I'm not the first person to say this, I mean, there are some very eminent ufologists and investigators of the phenomenon. I'm thinking particularly of Jacques Vallée, who I think would probably go some way to towards agreeing with the fact that there is a strong consciousness element to the whole UAP, UFO story, which has sort of, it's been neglected. And I think that now is the time to look at this. And I think that now the genie is out of the bottle, since that 2017 New York Times story about UAP. We need to get science as a whole. I mean, not just the military. This isn't just a military issue. I mean, it's partly one, because these things that appear, they may be benign, they may not be. It's an intelligence problem. We need to know. But it's time that the whole of science was brought in to look at this. And, if that's what I can sort of leave us all with, and as I wind down here, it is that thought that this is a whole of science problem. And I think we're getting much closer to mainstream science sort of embracing the idea that there is a phenomenon here that needs to be looked at, but we're not quite there yet. So some more work needs to be done. I realize I'm probably way over time, Tim, and I'm sorry, but that, for the moment, is the end of my little ditty. Thank you very much.
Nick, thank you, sir. Thank you. Again, this is a tremendous honor to have you here and speak for us. So let me do this. I am going to stop you sharing. And let me remove the spotlight there. And sorry, I've got Zoom controls getting in my way. Let me put it on gallery view, and everyone please give Nick Cook a tremendous applause.
Thank you. It's been a real joy. I mean, you guys, Tim, you've been, an unsung hero of this whole thing for decades. So it's a real joy to be on and talking about this stuff with you today.
Well, thank you. And I mean, again, your work, you really helped. You've defined so many terms, right? I think so much of this culture comes out of what you've done, and you've uncovered things, you've broken stories. I mean, there's so many little bits and pieces that all come directly from you, right? I mean, I think the best known one is this Nazi Bell story or mythos or whatever you would call it, right? And that all comes from this book. So you really helped shape a lot of this stuff.
Well, thank you. I mean, I'm not sure. In the end, I'd like to be remembered as the sort of, the father of the Nazi Bell, but hey, it'll do. It's okay.
Well, yeah, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. That's not the end all be all of it. I mean, the 100 Zero Point was so densely packed, right? And actually, you recommended that I read the Hans Kammer book also, and that had a lot more material on as well. So, well, let's go to Q&A. So I saw a couple of hands go up, and it looks like they've gone down. So again, if you guys want to do Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows, let's go to Robert DBS first, sir.
Unmute myself here.
There you go, Robert.
Okay. I've given a number of presentations in Tom Vallone's Kofi conferences concerning the use of zero-point energy as a source of propulsion, basically using something, a Casimir wedge. And the concept, there have been a number of papers written on it. Can I share the screen here? I have parts of PowerPoint that I gave.
That might be something for another time. Maybe we could add that to an open session. Was there any way to kind of condense, I guess, your thought?
Okay, let me do it without any kind of PowerPoint. Basically, you have a wedge, and the theory says that there are forces that are perpendicular to the wedge faces. Okay, electromagnetic, they can be derived mathematically. And if you do just add vectorially these forces, you get a force that originates at the origin of the wedge and goes along the wedge bisector. Essentially, what you have is a lateral force. And I'm working with Dr. Thorsten Ludwig in Germany, and we have an atomic force microscope experiment that we're working on. And I'd be willing to give a presentation sometime.
Well, Robert, let me redirect you, and because this actually, what you're describing now would actually be wonderful for an open session. But what can I help you with in terms of questions for Nick?
Well, okay, it's more of a comment. He's talking about a top-down sort of view of 0 point, and mine is sort of a bottom-up way of viewing it. An atomic, basically, the theory already exists.
Okay. Well, yeah, I would say let's put a pin in that. I definitely want to explore this. I think that we can come back to this in. Definitely like later today, and possibly
I probably won't be here later today, so it'll have to be some future session.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Absolutely. And I know Thorsten, actually. I've met him several times. So, but let me go to iPhone next. And again, Robert, thank you. And I apologize for cutting you short. But
okay, thank you. It's Mikhail, Tim. I've just changed this thing. I have a question to Nick. First of all, wonderful presentation, Nick. It's great to have you here. My question for you, Nick, is when you spoke to Boyd Bushman in one of your documentary, did you ever get a chance to ask him about the ARV, the Alien Replica Vehicle, which Mark McCandlish had released the schematics was released long time back? And my second question for you, Nick, is again about Boyd Bushman. In one of the documentary, The Hunt for Zero Point itself, he was referring to, we have to listen to the nature. Did you get a chance to ask Boyd Bushman in more detail about what did he mean about, in terms of connecting with the nature and other aspects? I thank you very much for your presentation.
Well, thank you. Yeah, Boyd was a fascinating character, and I got to know him quite well actually after I interviewed him for that film, the documentary I made, $1 Billion Secret. It's interesting. You're talking about the language he used. And I remember listening to Boyd to begin with thinking, this is really poetic. I mean, it sounds really poetic, but I didn't understand a word he was talking about, to be absolutely honest. And that's my bad now, because I realized if I could have had a conversation now with Boyd, sort of, having explored some of the things that I've been exploring more recently, I think I would have had a much more interesting conversation with him. But, Boyd was way in advance, I think, of a lot of people and the way they were thinking about all of this. I don't know what he meant by the whole that wonderful phrase he used about nature talking to us on many domains, and but I could probably hazard a guess now, which is, as we look at, as I was saying, sort of towards the end of the presentation, the whole UAP area, the nuts and bolts issue, just looking at this as purely as a physical phenomenon is insufficient to give us the answers, and therefore we have to come at it from other directions, and that is why it is, to my mind, not just a science issue. It is a multi-dimensional issue, and not just of science. So we have to get, philosophy engaged. We have to get psychology engaged. We have to get all of the sciences engaged to help us shed clues on what these things are and how and why they are appearing in our airspace. I think Boyd, were he alive now, would be, an amazing person to have in that team. It would have been the job of a moderator. Tim, good luck on this. It would have been a job of the moderator to try and keep him on track, because he could hair off in all sorts of wonderful directions. But he was an amazing guy. It was a pity that towards the end of his life, he sort of, I think, started to become obsessed with some rather sort of sensational things, which didn't, when I saw them on YouTube and the like, did not, that was not the Boyd I knew. The Boyd I knew was a very rigorous scientist. And I'm not saying that I don't, I'm disrespecting what he said about, aliens at Area 51 and what have you. But that didn't seem to me to be like the Boyd that I knew.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you. Let me go to Michael Boyd next. Michael?
Hey, Nick. First, I just wanted to point out for everyone that Ron Keat is holding up a copy of The Hunt for Zero Point.
Well, good man. That's fantastic. Thank you, Ron. I know I can always count on Ron somewhere.
So I have some. I'm curious about your thoughts on consciousness. Would that be okay for me to ask you some questions about that?
Yeah, by all means. Yeah.
So this concept of consciousness, the first question I would have is, do you think consciousness survives after death? Or put another way, is consciousness non-local?
Well, Michael, I I can speak to this because what I thought was foolishly at the time, I thought I'd take a punt on the BICS, the Bigelow Institute of Consciousness Studies competition about that very question: can consciousness survive permanent bodily death? So I threw my hat in the ring back in February, whenever it was, and to my enormous surprise, found that I'd sort of made it through to the next round. And then to my even more fundamental surprise, 2 weeks ago, was told that I was one of the 29 awardees. So
Awesome.
Congratulations. Well, thank you very much indeed. I'm thrilled because it means I've booked my place to Las Vegas, and so I'm very much.
So you're a subject matter expert now.
Well, I know it's rather frightening to think that, I might possibly be, but what I sort of glossed over, I suppose, in the talk was that after I wrote that thriller, The Grid, I actually got a research grant to enable me to look into the whole consciousness thing because I was so interested in it. I'd become so fascinated by the whole area, having written the novel, that I thought I'd really like to research this properly. But why? I'm an aerospace guy. That's my background, my field. But I got a grant to research it, and I did for 2 years. And then, even more extraordinarily, but people who sort of know a thing or two about consciousness know that synchronicity is all sort of a part of this. Is that at the time that I'd finished this research, and I didn't know what to do with it. I had 2 years worth of research on consciousness. I didn't know what to do with it. Then Bigelow holds the BICS contest, and I'm able to pile all of this stuff into that. And I feel now, I say in my essay, I'm an interloper here, because sure enough, pretty much all the other winners have got PhDs or their MDs or whatever. But I said, if there's one thing I can do, possibly, it's I'm a communicator. And I felt that a lot of the concepts and ideas and about consciousness that I would read about was, to my mind, quite arcane. I mean, it's discussed in very elliptical ways. It is, because no one understands what consciousness is. So that's a fair thing. But what I tried to do in my essay was use things like the analogy that I spoke to about Don Hoffman and the computer screen. So you're asking me about, do I think that consciousness survives permanent bodily death? I do, because that's what I wrote in my essay. And I'd be very happy to share my essay with anyone here who wants to read it. They've not been released yet.
So my reason for asking that is I actually did enter the essay contest myself. I didn't win anything, but I did, in advance of my question, post a copy of my essay in the chat session. So I would request you please download it and take a look at it. And essentially what I'm curious about is, my next question was, do you think consciousness is limited to humans? Or do animals and, say, plants and other forms of life have consciousness too?
I didn't go into this in depth in the essay, but I do. I think it's ubiquitous. I think it's everywhere. I think everything has a little bit of consciousness. And I know that's the panpsychist.
That's the Or theory, right?
So it's sort of along that lines. My other question was, do you think the universe is conscious?
I do, yeah, in a word.
Interesting. So I would request you to check my my essay out. I include links there to some videos. Curiously, I found in my research there's mine focused on ghosts, because ghosts are something where you can collect data from it in the electromagnetic spectrum. So it's something you can actually collect hard data on.
Sure.
And so I noticed a lot of videos of pet ghosts. And then the other thing I noticed that I found interesting is what survives death seems to be related to feelings. So people that suffered trauma, they will, they'll be angry or something. Or people that are happy. Like I saw a lot of ghost videos of dogs where the dogs were playing, live dogs and ghost dogs were playing, and their tails are wagging. So you can tell they're happy. You follow? So those are some of my observations, and so that's basically what I was curious about is your thoughts on consciousness. I also think finally the final thing I would say is I noticed that and this relates to the UFOs, things like the Tic Tacs. It seems like ghosts can do space-time metric engineering, like we see in the Tic Tac. So you're making right turns. Right?
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Kind of stuff. Okay, thank you,
Michael.
I'll be sure to read your piece, Michael. Thank you.
So let me go, and I know Jeremy he is far more aerospace focused. So let me focus back in with Jeremy Reese here. Jeremy? There we go. Yeah, can you turn your camera on, Jeremy?
No, you can't.
Okay. Oh, okay. What was your question for Nick, Jeremy? See, Nick, you have everyone starstruck. That is the problem. They're forgetting questions.
I'm erasing their memories. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Man in Black.
Okay. Well. Yeah, come back to it. Let me go to Jeremiah Pop next. Jeremiah he's been thinking. I can tell. I can see the wheels spinning.
I have to ask Nick, because it's funny. We've been having conversations here and with calls between myself, my girlfriend, and many other people across the world, specifically about the nature of consciousness post-death. And we've had discussions that range all the way from microtubules as a mechanism of producing scalar geometric fields to other types of influenced photon types of interactions that might persist for a super long time, that are matter-like in a manner of speaking. And of all nature of the discussions, we've never been able to like narrow down a mechanism of action, a mechanism of where these fluxes or fields go, or what exactly they're affecting in terms of, what is the mechanism that would allow, say, a consciousness or some kind of complex geometric field produced by the human experience or the mind in this case, what form would it exist in? That's really what I wanted to know. And I also wanted to mention if Nick, you have any papers at all relating to this subject or post-death consciousness, I would be extremely interested if you would send them. I'm going to go ahead and send you right now a message, PM. My email address is there. So I'd be very, very interested to hear more about that and do deeper research, because that's been a hot topic for the last week. It's just funny to even hear it being, talked about. And I guess apparently a lot of people are interested in it, not just us.
I think, Nick, this may be your next book.
Well, I'm still struggling here because my motto is stick to what you know, and I'm not sure that I do know a tremendous amount about this, but I just do find it endlessly fascinating. So, Jeremiah, to answer your second question first, which is, do I have any papers on it? The only paper I've got is the Bix essay that I just got this award for. So, which I'm very happy to share. It's not been posted yet on the Bix website. So I'm just asking people who do, Tim, I'll send it to you, and maybe you can send it to people.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Afterwards. But I'm just saying,
I DM'd you my email address too, Nick. So in the chat, if you check that, and click on
Oh,
it.
okay.
Highlight
Yeah, fine.
my email address in there. You just copy paste it. It should be pretty easy.
Yeah,
I would love to
Jeremiah, I can forward it to Nick as well.
that
I'm
would be
happy
awesome. Thanks.
Okay.
Perfect.
I appreciate
so
that. Thank you.
I will happily share it with you, Jeremiah. And but I'm just asking people, please don't share it any further for the moment until it's publicly released, which it will be, I guess, in a week or two.
It's understood. Absolutely. We'll keep it on the down low.
And rather than go into your first question, I'm hoping that actually your first question will be answered when you read the essay. I mean, it really it expands on everything that I really researched for those 2 years that I was looking at consciousness. It just happened that a slice of it was about the post-death component. So I hope you find it interesting, and I certainly welcome your comments when you've read it.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay.
That answers all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back to Jeremy. Let me go back to you. I will go back to or on Brenda's screen. Okay.
Okay, so now you got my video here. I'm at the conference, and you guys can see a little bit. My question was actually about Boyd Bushman, and I heard that there was 2 Boyd Bushmans from David Sereda when I interviewed him. He mentioned there were actually 2 different guys with the same name, Boyd Bushman. And you talked like the earlier Boyd was so much different than the later Boyd. Was he just talking about that, or were there actually 2 physical people with that same name?
God, I don't know. That's a new one on me. I mean, it sounds a little bit like, Paul McCartney. Was there a sort of duplicate Paul McCartney out there who the real Paul McCartney was killed and was replaced by someone else? To my knowledge, there was only one Boyd Bushman. When I referred to 2 Boyd Bushmen, I was really sort of saying that the one I knew was very different from the one that I saw talking about aliens at Area 51 towards the end of his life. That's what I meant. If there was another one, I mean a physical Boyd Bushman, I am unaware of it.
Awesome.
Yeah, thanks. I had never heard of that one before too, and David mentioned it, so I was wondering if
I suspect it was metaphorical. I mean, Boyd, Boyd invented the Stinger missile back in the 50s, I think, right?
Yeah.
So he was very rigorous. He was this rigid part of the establishment, and then in his later years, his personality shifted. He got into out there. So I'd guess a metaphor. Let me go to Carl next. Carl.
Hey, Nick, thanks so much. This was a great presentation. Thanks, Tim. I have so many questions. The realm of consciousness is really fascinating. Did you talk at all about Laplace's demon and the idea of the universe being aware atomically of everything in its composition?
Carl, I didn't quite hear what you said at the first half of the question. I heard the part about it, was about the universe being aware. But
Laplace's demon.
No, no, not in those terms. The idea to me that the universe is aware does certainly resonate with me. I'm not a physicist, I'm not a scientist, so I've struggled to try and articulate, how the mechanisms for how that could be. So my models are pretty simple, really, but I subscribe to the idea that the universe is essentially holographic. I subscribe to the idea that we may have mechanisms that are holographic too, that resonate with the universe at large to provide some channels of communication which allow, I suppose in sort of millennial parlance, would be downloads. We get intuitive senses from nowhere, apparently. I mean, we all do, I know. I mean, as a writer, I find that, perhaps at times when I'm in the midst of, some written thought and I'm banging away at the the keyboard, a thought will come to me, and I have no idea where that thought comes from. But it seems to me that not only is it coming from non-local space, but it is quite often associated with a question that I put out there. And it's very easy to be seduced by, perhaps, a sort of this idea that everything revolves around me, and therefore, what I put out there is coming back to me personally. But I know plenty of people who test it on that basis, who will throw a question out and then wait for the answer to come back. The trickiness to me is that, and this is where I probably could do with Boyd Bushman, the language that the universe speaks does not appear to be if we can call it a two-dimensional language that we use. It is on a plane that is utterly bizarre. And that, I think, in a way, is where the UFO phenomenon fits as well. I personally believe that there is a symbolic aspect to UFOs, a non-literal aspect to them, a metaphorical aspect to them, that, plenty of people I know who've had encounters will report that they feel that the encounter, the appearance of the UFO, has been meant for them personally, that there has been something in that sighting, the encounter, that they were driven to look into a portion of the sky, and there was this thing, and it was apparently speaking to them. But speaking how? It's not, it's not using a megaphone to communicate. Sometimes they do, but more often than not, it's not. It appears to be symbolic in some sense, and that, I think, is the language that the universe uses, highly symbolic, and we haven't learnt to decipher it yet. But somehow, that is the task before us, which means that it's not just given, I think, therefore, to physicists to master this, but, as I said earlier, to people from many disciplines who can, in a multidisciplinary way, shed light on this, which is what I think we have to do. I'm sorry, it probably didn't answer your question, but
you answered 20 of my questions, beyond which I'd gladly turn it over to the group. But thank you so much for that, because I really do agree and with a lot of those ideas, and think they resonate with things that we observe in the world that don't have explanations or can be easily explained. So, but I would turn it over to the group, and thank you so much, Mr. Cook.
Thank you.
We can't hear you, Tim.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Paul. Okay, I had myself muted. Okay, I was just saying thank you. Okay, he was nodding like he heard me. Okay, I was gonna say, Bernie, would you like to ask the next question?
Thank you. So first off, Nick, you are amazing. Thank you so much for everything you have done. I'm just wondering, would it be possible to schedule and book you for a interview stream, a follow-up with myself and Jeremy at a later date so that we can go further into consciousness?
Yeah, Bernie, for something like that, let's do this again. Let's put a pin in that. Bernie, if you can email that to me, I know you just emailed me last week. Send that to me. I will forward that over to Nick, and we'll see. And we'll do it that way.
I'd be happy to, Bernie. By the way, that's perfectly fine. Yeah.
So my question / comment is more about looking at consciousness as a scalable dimension, or existing through higher dimensions and lower dimensions, and from like a cellular level in like a 1 or 2D to existing like remote viewers, for instance, that they would be in a 4th or 5th dimensional consciousness where they're existing throughout space-time or localized space-time. And then anything of like a demigod or higher would be like a 5th, 6th, 7th, who knows how far up we go. But in our 3rd dimensional consciousness that is Earth, human of free will, and 2D would be emotional, good or bad, surviving. 3D is free will thinking, and then 4 is when you dream or when you have your out of body or whatnot, the quantum mechanic, or through space, traveling through space time, essentially.
Well, Bernie, your thoughts on that are probably in advance, or in fact, I can categorically say they're some way in advance of my own. I mean, in the sense that, like you, I share the view that entities, if you would like to call them that, exist on a spectrum. We humans exist on a spectrum, and there are entities, I believe, that resonate and operate and exist at higher frequency, and there are those that operate and exist at lower frequency. I believe that. How that works, I haven't got too far into, but I do think that probably in our, well, let me backtrack. Like I say, I was lucky enough to know and work with for a while Ingo Swann, the godfather of remote viewing. And, Ingo's mantra was that, we are all a little bit psychic. It's just that not all of us either choose to turn that capacity or ability on, or it doesn't get turned on for us, but it's all latent. It's latent in all of us. So, some of us see it and some of us don't. Some of us have, quotes, the gift, and some don't. But I do think that, before we became, quotes, civilized, that as a species, we probably had it ingrained or inbuilt into us more readily than we do at present. So, I can well believe, or I find it easier to believe, that in our distant past, we were more in tune to those dimensions, higher and lower, than we are today. So that's probably right now about as far as I could go. But in essence, I think we're on the same page.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bernie, and thank you, Nick, as well. Because what amazes me is all the consciousness questions. I mean, with your background in aerospace and all the research, so that's why I was like, wow, everybody's So
well, it's funny. It's like everyone, I think, wants to talk about it now, because in whatever domain you work in, or you study in, or you teach in, it seems to be creeping more and more into all of our work, and rightly so. I mean, the mere fact that I've come to it, I've stumbled into it late in life, but it is just, it's endlessly fascinating, and it just does seem to provide some clues to enigmas that are have baffled us for a long time, UAPs being one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let me go to Harold next. Harold, you've had your hand up for a while and you've been patiently waiting, sir.
Yes, thank you. Great explanation. I want to ask you one question relevant to consciousness and how we apply to aerospace. Now, I noticed on your explanation for universal consciousness that you have there, in the last in the last slide that you have. Now, my question for you is this.
Oh, it's a cliffhanger. Okay. Oh, there we go.
First part is yogi experience, a great awakening, and they feel like great consciousness, and they feel part of the universal consciousness. That's one part, out of curiosity. Now, the second part is, now, as part of, where does it fit in your explanation for consciousness, and how would something like that, and have you done an investigation, how would that apply to, let's say, artificial intelligence to apply for controlling aerospace weapons and aerospace vehicles?
Well, I will. I'm going to defer to some of the people who I've spoken to about this, and in fact, I think that you've had one of them on APEC here. You've had Jack Sarfati on, haven't you, Tim?
Yeah. Jack was on, I think, our September 11th conference.
Okay, so Jack, to my mind, blends the two areas very well and seamlessly, in that he postulates that, let's use Tic Tac as an example, that the Tic Tac uses a metamaterial hull, which acts both as the interface with for the space time metric engineering principles that allow it to do all the things that UAPs and UFOs do, turn on a dime, cloak, accelerate from 0 to fantastic speeds in the blink of an eye. I mean, so all the things that we see an exotic aerospace vehicle, a UFO or a UAP do, is explainable by Jack's metric engineering of the metamaterial hulled UFO. But he also says that the metamaterial too acts in the way that a microtubule does in the cell structure as an interface with consciousness, which presupposes that consciousness, of course, is exterior to the brain and the body. It is something that is all around us, and that which we are in some sense turned on to. And so, for those who are unaware of Jack's thesis, it is that Tic Tac is a conscious AI computer which has come back from the future to interface with us. And so, there must be many ways that consciousness and aerospace can interact and coexist. But the way Jack explains it is probably the best that I can get my head around and give to you, Harold, because it took me a while to understand how those two things might possibly be related. But I think Jack explains it probably in the best way that I can see.
Well, he did a good job when he gave that presentation. That's part of what I'm asking for you to expand. But do you know how actively the military is studying that part of consciousness to apply, for actual applications in controlling weapons, airplanes, fighter airplane? Because it seems to me like that aerospace technology in moving in that area in which, to avoid the capture of a pilot by enemy forces, send the airplane with artificial intelligence to do the war fighting. Any programs actively involved in that that you are aware of?
Well, I'm not aware of them. I mean, I suspect that if they exist, they would be very secret. I postulated in that novel that I spoke of, The Grid, the existence of a technology that is able to effectively do what remote viewing does, but through a machine. And I don't think that is too far from the bounds of possibility, actually. If everything that we do, now, in the past, and in the future, is imprinted in some sense in the fabric of space and time, which I suspect it is, then it must be retrievable. I mean, if it is retrievable by psychics, and if it is imprinted at the subatomic level, let's say at the quantum level, then there must be, I mean, whether we've invented it now or will at some point in the future, some means, in theory, for retrieving it. That being so, it would be incredibly secret to my mind. You know, I mean, the joy of having got to where I am, having done what I've done, which was, you know, I've worked in a very nuts and bolts publication, Jane's, but it gave me access to, you know, some extraordinary technologies that were being pursued by the military, many of them highly, highly secret. So I suspect that everything that we're talking about would be in that same realm. Having said that, I do think that because science has for so long poo-pooed the idea that consciousness is exterior to the brain, that there would be many circles in official military realms that would be really against this whole idea. It would run so counterintuitive to their training that, you know, for all its secrecy and for all I think the breakthroughs that this area can yield, there would be many people who would just dismiss it as fanciful. So somewhere on those two extremes, you know, you've got people dismissing it as idiotic and fanciful, but at the same time, you've got people who probably see its utility in breaking through into extraordinary areas of new weapons, new aerospace vehicles, new surveillance technologies, new computing systems. Somewhere on that spectrum, you know, the truth resides, but I have no idea where it is.
Well, thank you. Great answer. A lot of food for thoughts and speculation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, so let's do this then. Let's go to Sean Logan, and we've only got about 10 minutes left here. We'll try and squeeze in Sean and Carl and Thomas and Mikhail, but let's go to Sean next. Sir?
Yeah, my question is, when you were studying the anti-gravity research in the 1950s, did you come across the work of a physicist named John Wheeler? And can you tell us about the work that he was doing in relativity?
I know who John Wheeler is or was, but I didn't study him in any depth during my research into the hump to zero point, unfortunately. So I will duck that question if you don't mind, Sean. There are many better people who can answer it than me, unfortunately. But thank you for the question.
Awesome. Okay. Well, yeah. Thank you, Sean. Let me go back to Carl quickly.
Hey, thanks so much for this, Nick. One question really fast, but I don't want to be rude. I think Paul had his hand up, and I wanted to make sure to bring attention to his question if he's still there. But Nick, in terms of remote viewing, it would help, I think, a lot of people kind of come to terms with this if we knew of historical evidence of its use to develop technology or science or aerospace. If we have an accounting that it precedes our current generation of people, historical accounting, do you know of anything of those regards?
Sorry, Carl, I'm not sure I quite understand the question. Could you just put it to me one more time? You're asking me?
Any historical accounts of remote viewing being used for aerospace advancement, science and technology that we can look to in a previous generation, say, yeah, a remote viewer was associated with something concrete that developed here on Earth?
Well, I don't know if I saw his name up here, but Charles Chase, who was head of revolutionary programs at the Skunk Works, and I've had the joy and pleasure of knowing Charles for four years or so, because he runs a fabulous workshop at MIT on propulsion physics, like you do, Tim. But one of the sessions that I attended there, in fact, I think it was the first one that I attended, which must have been 2 or 3 years ago, that very question came up, which was that one of the presenters, and I forget who it was, but was talking about technology that is remote viewed. I mean, specifically with applications patentable technology that is downloaded from remote viewing, and it covers all areas. One of the interesting things that came out of the presentation for me was that there were some areas that the remote viewer in question was then told that the information was not available because it was the implication was that it was deemed too destabilizing then the question becomes what is sharing the information? Where is the information coming from? Is it coming from a sentient universe, or is it coming from entities on that spectrum that we've been talking about before? But wherever it's coming from, this is patentable information that has come apparently from non-local space. So the short answer to your question is, yeah, people are doing it, and if I know about it, God only knows what's happening in corners of defense and intelligence realms that I know nothing about.
Awesome, wonderful, Nick. Thank you. Again, these are tough questions. Let me go to Thomas Anderson next, because we're pushing up against the hour. We've got about 7 minutes left. Thomas.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you had delved into any of the stuff that revolved around the PAIR Institute or the Princeton Engineering Anomaly Research Group and their work with using the mind to switch REG-based devices on and off, or the offshoot MindSong Incorporated in Celeron.com. And to bring that back around too, just real quick, the idea of using, somebody, I think, I don't know if it was you or someone else initially that suggested it, but using remote control or remote viewing in order to kind of reach out and touch the universe to basically organically scan from a starship. With that, if you couple that with the Celeron stuff and the PAIR Institute REG switch technology, that gives you full capability, because now you have remote viewing and remote control, whether locally or in a distant location, so you can control an entire starship if you're in the right mindset to use both technologies that are supposedly ingrained into our brains and our psyche and whatnot. So
well, thanks for the question, Thomas. And yes, I'm aware of the PAIR activity. I didn't look into it in any particular depth because it was an area that I felt that I'd read quite extensively about in other people's works, and I didn't think I could sort of usefully add anything really to it. In terms of the other question you raise, I don't know whether this answers the question in any way, but if getting back to Jack Sarfati and Tic Tac again, if Tic Tac is a conscious AI computer in essence, then the question becomes, for me, who or what is controlling it? Who or what is sending it to our space-time? And the corollary to that for me is that what I see is, or what I sense is that this has now become what Tic Tac did was sort of hold out this sense that this is now achievable technology in some sense, even if I don't happen to believe that Tic Tac is it's been developed by any terrestrial aerospace company or country or organization for that matter. It is, as many people have said, it is too far ahead of the current paradigm to make sense as something that's been built here. But I do think that now that we've seen it, and now that it has been discussed in these rational terms that, you know, I've been talking about, you know, that it is acknowledged. You know, it's extraordinary what happens when people just acknowledge things as real. You know, I talked a little bit about the impact that had on me. Well, you know, imagine the impact that has on countries that have not had aspirations to develop this technology until now. They know that this stuff is real, and they're going to want it. And what we are going to see, if we haven't seen it already, and I think we have, is a race to develop this technology. And we know what the components, or we know many of the components of it. You know, it is metamaterials. It is quantum computing, probably. It's, you know, its components are many and varied, and they will be broken down and dissected for their technological value. And someone, I have no doubt, is doing all of that and more. And we are in that race. So, you know, what wasn't built on Earth now soon will be. And when I say soon, you know, I mean, you know, we're talking in decadal terms, but, you know, I wouldn't expect to see a terrestrially built Tic Tac for a decade or two, but it's being worked on for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Okay, let's go to Mikhail. And again, we're getting close on time. So, sir?
Sure, yeah, thank you. Nick, I have just a quick question for you. In terms of Tic Tac, I just wanted to know, what do you think? I know that you said that there are non-terrestrial objects, but for me, when I feel that, you know, if non-terrestrial objects, what do you think? Do you think they're just coming here to show off their technology to us and say, you know, we can mess with you anytime we want? Or is it a genuine ingenuity of, you know, of United States, Russia, China, anybody else in that case, who have figured out a technology from a downed spacecraft, which is sometimes I feel that could be the possibility. What is your take on that? And the other thing, one last quick thing is, where do you think this is going to go in terms of disclosure? Because everybody talks about the great disclosure, but I feel that you know, the navies or the armies of the world are already saying, deal with it, they're already here. What do you? I wanted your inputs on that. Thank you.
Well, in terms of sort of the first part of the question, obviously not built here. I mean, that's a given, as I've just said. I mean, they will be soon, as I've just mentioned. But are they coming from galaxies away? I don't know. I don't think so. I think that they are probably local. But what, you know, who or what is controlling them? That is the $64,000 question. I have no idea, Mikhail, and I wish I did. You know, my sense is that on UFOs in general, is that, you know, given the multiplicity of UFO types that are reported daily, you know, I mean, the plethora of different types would suggest that, you know, if you go on the extraterrestrial hypothesis, that civilizations are visiting us every day of the week in different types of vehicles, which seems preposterous to me, which is why I lean more towards a sort of, there's a symbolic aspect of it, there's a sort of projection aspect. You know, this may be, given that we don't understand the interface between us, I use that liberally, and reality, the things that appear on that interface are going to be very ill understood as well. And that's where UFOs fit for me. they assume a physical, hard, nuts and bolts property at certain times, and then at other times they don't. They become non-literal, non-real, metaphorical. Who's doing that? Is it us? Is it some civilization that's already here on Earth, but we just haven't found? Is it someone that's somewhere out there in the solar system or even further afield? Impossible to say. Impossible to say. And I'm sorry, I'm running out of ways in which to describe this. What was your second question? I can't remember. The second question was about.
Well, the second question was
about disclosure. For me, disclosure is this sort of interesting thing that lots of people yell and scream about. To me, it's happened, or it's happening. It's just going. These things come in increments. 2017, the New York Times story was a huge jump, and whether we will see those increments continue, I don't know. But my sense is yes. I think that we're on an inexorable track to some form of, well, like I say, I think disclosure has happened and is happening, but it's impossible to say where it's going to end. But we seem to be on a fast track to some form of new knowledge, I would say.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you.
Well, I think on that note, we're actually over time. So Erica, I have to put your hand down. I'm sorry, sir. What I would like to do at this point is
Can I ask a question that only takes one yes or no?
Yeah. Yes, please. Okay. Super quick.
Okay, Nick, have you ever been shown in person one of the alien spacecraft in the possession of any major country?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Eric. Okay. So on that note, and again, Eric, I'm sorry, I apologize for cutting you short, as well as Will Riken. He had his hand up, but we are over time. So again, everyone, please put your hands together for Nick Cook. Amazing depth and yeah, I mean, just it went straight into consciousness too, which is surprising, but awesome. So, so what I'd like to do now is, let me see. I want to go to Jeremy Reese. And Jeremy, you guys are going to start doing the APEC celebration, right? Okay, sorry about that. Okay.
You guys are not going to want to miss. Also, Jeremy here got a microscope set up where we're looking at beetle wings for the Vedic experiment. Brad Voorhees has his badge device. It's supposed to make mass always. And Professor Tom came down and we're working on this auto transformer that is going to hook up with this setup over here. Lulu, Hillary from Texas, and yeah, look at that workmanship over there. We wired it up, this in parallel. It's all been running on one phase. The issue with this transformer is we can't do a two-phase setup. So we're going to be pulling the maximum apps we can out of this building. We're actually running new lines in today. You see that line over there? That wasn't there this morning. There's another line that's coming in from the other side. We're pulling as much of the one phase as we can from the system. And it should be around 100 amps total. And running them on these Flystrons, which are going to be running inside the garbage cage behind me. So as soon as this thing is set up, we'll be able to run Alzapod properly. How's it going over there, Jeremy?
Yeah. I'm going to ask him to unmute. There we go. Okay, are we good?
Quick question, Mark. Hello, Mark. Quick question. You can get, I'm seeing 19 kilowatt three-phase generators. Yep. If you can't get any three-phase in, maybe you can buy a generator and just put it upside and run a short length of wire.
Walk around with this.
Here, so yourself? Okay. You can also
There
turn
I
off the
am.
audio. Okay, so walking through the building over here, and we're coming to the They're hearing us fine on Zoom, and that's what matters. Oh, okay. So Jeremy needs to take care of that. So yeah, we just wanted to congratulate everyone who presented on APEC over the year. There's been about 75 presenters so far. Tim, how we doing on numbers so far?
Oh, it's hard to tell because we have a lot of people who presented twice, but I think it is in the debrief they wrote something like 70. They went through all of them and counted them up. So, and we have more coming. I mean, we have a conference coming up on November 27th with more. So there we go. Look at that. That is an amazing cake, Mark.
Yeah, we're gonna cut into it in a little bit. As soon as we finish with all the experiments. You guys haven't had a chance to see Brad and his VAG device, or the Voorhees anti-gravity engine. So let's bring Brad on.
You're on cue, man. What's that? You want me to?
Yeah, let's show us what you got going on over here.
Hang on. Well, see, I got to tighten these up right here because I don't want my contacts to rip off this. So I need to put one more layer here, and then I'll be all set.
Okay, and what's this supposed to do?
What's that?
This is graphene right here, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So okay. So you want me to just kind of like get kind of the basics?
Go for it.
Okay. So this anti-gravity. Oh, I mean, it's not look at my nutsack and not my face there. Okay. So so the whole premise of this is that if you take time, right? If you take time like a movie, like the universe, you're looking at a movie, and when the movie kind of clicks through the film, right, every film is an instant of playing time. And so what we do is we're going to chop all of those slides into, we're going to cut loose all those frames and then stack them like cheese, right? And so when we look at it, that's the flow of time. You go from playing time to playing time to playing time. And so this is the hypothesis, right? And so this is how we're gonna see if our anti-gravity works. And so inside each of those frames of playing time, the chewy center of each slide is the Higgs field. And so, and I know you're gonna think, oh no, it's bullshit, it's not how it works.
I just love the way you explain it.
Yeah.
Like cheese, chewy. We call it a vag, or we're looking for a mass hole.
So, yeah, and so we think of, or at least I think of, the Higgs string as sort of the tie that ties all of the matter in the universe to our instance of time. And so in some ways, that's why when, mass accelerates, it has to slow down in time so that, the conservation of mass energy is observed throughout every slice of time. So that's kind of the idea. So what we're going to do is we are going to essentially beat on the Higgs string and get it to stretch so that the mass of our matter, and I'm sorry, so the Higgs boson is in some ways is what I believe is the anchor of the Higgs string inside each of our atoms, so to speak. And so the idea will be to bang on the Higgs field such that we can essentially stretch that string. And so
how are we doing that?
The way we're gonna do that is we know, and this is where it sort of blends quantum field theory and Newtonian physics.
This needs to spin in order to do that, right?
Okay, stay with me. Yes, it's gonna spin.
And it spins inside that base over there, right?
Okay, yeah, stay with me. So we know, or at least I was watching PBS Space Time with Dr. Matt O'Dowd, and he was saying that left-handed electrons and right-handed electrons, the left-handed ones get hung up by the Higgs field. And that's kind of how they discovered what the Higgs field was. And so what we're trying to do is create a electromagnetic field that has a higher density of left-handed electrons. And then, like pushing somebody on a swing harmonically, we're gonna push, we're gonna let them swing out and come back. And we're push again and swing out and come back. And what we're gonna try to do is create a harmonic loading electromagnetic field pulsing that will hopefully build resonant energy in the Higgs string, because we can't shove it hard enough. There's no way you can beat gravity by pushing on it really hard. So we got to bounce it. We got to push it like a swing. And if we can build enough energy in the Higgs string like the Higgs field, there's sort of like, it looks like a top hat. Like in a vacuum, there's energy. And so we need to push it just a little bit so that it does what they call a symmetry break. And it goes to the, forget what it's called, the state. It's like the ground state. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to bump the Higgs field. And we know that it hangs up the left-handed electron. So from Newtonian physics, right? If the Higgs field is pulling on the left-handed electron, then we know the left-handed electron is bumping the Higgs field. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a harmonic electromagnetic field, which means it's gonna pulse. And we're gonna try to bounce it off of us. So the way it works is, okay, come over here.
I can see you can hold this.
Yeah, can you, okay, so that's me right there. So yeah, you got it. Okay, so, and there was some they invented this in 2014, they invented graphene, which is super duper thin carbon sheets. And the cool thing about graphene is like, I mean, if you get the good stuff, it's like 1 atom thick. I don't have the good stuff, but mine's like a few nanometers thick. But what they like about graphene, what they noticed about graphene is if you put it in an electromagnetic field, it separates left and right-handed electrons, which I think will give us the greatest left-handed electron density that we'll find in our field. So a Faraday disk, I know it's kind of a long explanation. It's like, it's not that tough, but just like bear with me. So a Faraday disk was invented by a guy named Faraday. And so what he did was he took like a disc of like solid copper, right? And he put 2 magnets like that, and then he cranked it. And what it did was it turned this into a battery where it's sort of like the magnets are right here. And as this thing spins, it squishes electrons out like toothpaste out of a tube. And the electrons flow this way. And since there's more electrons going that way, then this becomes the anode, right? Because electrons are negative, it's more negative. This is positive, which is because the cathode. So what you have my badge over there, it's the Voorhees anti-gravity engine. So I have copper copper wool contacts, right? And my next version is going to be like way slicker. This one I just like made by hand, kind of like, you know, whatever. I just like in a few days. So I have all these contacts that are going to run around the inside. Then I have all these contacts running around the outside. And it creates energy because this turns into a battery. It's like, the battery has a plus and a minus. And so I have contacts that run the current, that run the energy out of the middle and then out of this side. And they come over here to a multimeter. And I'll be able to measure how many amps I'm creating. The first time we did it, I got about 35 milliamps. But now I'm gonna have, this is like Mark 1.1. This is gonna be even better. And so if you zoom in, you can kind of see there are 30 gauge copper wire threads this way. Now, I've also put graphene down for this version, and that's going to do 2 things. One, graphene's a conductor too, so there'll be like a magnetic field coming out like a tube of this when I crank it up, and it'll come out like a tube and it'll curve back around and come back through. Now you create a magnetic field whenever you create a circuit. So as long as I got a contact here, I'm creating energy. It's going to go back around. It comes back. We're going to automatically have a magnetic field, because anytime you have flow and current in a circuit, you got a magnetic field. And so that's going to be our magnetic field when things start spinning. But we can't just have like a solid magnetic field, or it's not. You're never going to get that strong enough to push the Higgs field away, to essentially decouple the Higgs field, so to speak. So what I did was I put threads of conductor through, like as you saw, around that kind of hoop. And so what's going to happen is it's like this. So here's your magnets. So I got magnet spokes all around the sort of path of the wheel. And then I got these little copper filaments. And what's going to happen is when they're like this, I'm going to have a current and I'm going to have a magnetic field. And then it's going to go like that. And then I'm not going to have one because they're going to be out of sort of contact. And then it'll go here and I'll have another one. And then it'll be current. And then there'll be a field and then there won't be a field. And so it's going to go like that, right? So essentially, I have a super weak motor, and but I made it all clear. because I want everybody to look at it and go, okay, yep, that's exactly what he said it was. There's now like fans in there, any kind of crap. It's totally transparent. So, which is kind of cool. So it's going to spin probably 4 or 5 hertz. Like that disc is going to spin maybe 4 or 5 times a second. It's not very much, but I got a whole bunch of filaments in there. So it actually turns out that the harmonic pulse of the field is going to be about 1.5. This is my assistant. This is my assistant Co. So the field, the frequency, the pulse of the field is going to be about 1.5 kilohertz. And I already did this, like we ran it at home, like I ran it at home, and at the configuration, at the Mark I configuration, it didn't have the graphene embedded in there. We got 3.5 pounds of mass reduction on a 50-pound rig. And so everybody's like, oh, well, we don't see it. And like, you could have like had your finger on it or whatever. So now we're gonna do it with a live audience. We're gonna live stream it. There's gonna be a bunch of people in lab coats all sitting around. So they
put it back together, man.
okay, stay with me. I'm on camera and I'm talking. Thank you. So yeah, it's like, do not interrupt the artiste.
Okay, well, we're waiting in suspense. So
yeah. Oh, so what I want to show you though is if you take a look, this is what it looks like when we were running it. We built. My hypothesis is that the reason this happened is because we managed to store a little bit of resonant energy in that Higgs string, and we dropped like 2 pounds really fast. So I'm going to show you. I don't know if you can see it. It's like 50 pounds. I don't know. I'm getting the light right. Okay, so there. So we lost about 2. We were cruising at like kind of like 0.5 pound of mass reduction, we think, the whole time. And then I think we built enough. It was probably around 15 milliamps was when we really started noticing like fluctuations in mass reduction. And so it was definitely a function of milliamps, or it's definitely a function of current. So, and I know like some people will be like, oh, it's probably just like harmonic loading the springs of the scale, because I have a 100-pound scale. It's analog, and so. And the whole idea is we take this 50-pound rig and we put it on the scale, we turn it on, and if it works, it'll get lighter, right? And so that's what we were looking for, is it getting lighter. And so, but you know, there's an argument that, oh, you know, it could be just, you know, sort of harmonic vibration in the spinning of the disc somehow translates to, you know, a resonant sort of reaction in the scale, which is bullshit, but it could be possible. So one of the things that I think we could do to sort of kind of disprove that would be to, while it's running, take some ballast that we know the weight of, and then take the ballast, weigh it separately, and then when the engine's going, place it underneath and see if the weight on the running machine increases exactly the same amount as the ballast is weighed. If it's less, if we get 25 pounds of ballast and then we put it on and it's only goes up 23 pounds, then that's a pretty good indicator that we're shaking some mass. And essentially what we're doing is we're bumping this mass sort of into the past, right? Because, you know, we're bumping it into a different sort of slice of time. And so, and the reason I think that's the way it works, the reason I think the Higgs field is actually the gravity field, and the reason I think the Higgs boson is actually the graviton, is because if we are in a slice of time, right, like this, and without going in, you can look on my website. It's www.sonic-gravity.com. And I've only started learning quantum physics. I sort of started teaching myself about 4 months ago. And so I've sort of journaled it in all these episodes. And so, yeah, I talk about exactly like why I think that is what it is and all that kind of stuff. But essentially, if we were in a brain of time that was a Planck length thick, and I think that the Higgs string is 1 Planck length long, so it leashes our matter to our instance of time, but it can stretch 1 Planck length either way without engaging the Higgs string. But if it goes 2, I think it engages it, flips it around to the other side till 2, and it flips it back. So essentially, I think most of the matter in the universe is oscillating on a 4 pi Planck length diameter circle. And so if you do the math right on that circumference, you get 4 times pi, which is 12.5, right? And that orbiting matter, right, crosses our brain of time in 2 places, which is, 2 Planck lengths, right? So if it's 12.5 all the way around, and 2 of them are in our Planck time, and that gives you a 2 to 10.5 ratio, which becomes a 1 to 5.25, and that's the exact measured that's the exact measured proportion of dark matter to observable matter in our universe. So
well, hold on.
That's my opinion.
Let me interrupt for just a second and ask. So with the experiment that you have, are you going to be doing any demos today for that, or are you just describing what you're constructing?
Well, no, what I was just telling you was the reason I think what I'm doing, the reason I think what I built does what it does. And so right now, I don't know if you can see it or not, the mechanics of it, see, I use these copper wool brushes to carry the current from the anode to the cathode on my like modified Faraday disc. And so, but they disintegrate as I use them. So I've had to replace them. And they also have sort of disintegrate the copper foil edges of my disc. And so it's not a particularly resilient machine. My Mark II machine is going to be wicked better. Like I've got like a Dyson vacuum cleaner motor that's going to spin. It says it spins at 40,000 RPMs, and I'm gonna make my wheel more resilient. I'm going to have thin copper plating as the conductive contacts, and I'm going to. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be way more power, and it should be more resilient. And the one thing that I want to show you that was kind of interesting, I probably came up with this design in, I want to say October. Anyway, you can check out my podcast and see when I did. But after I came up with the design, somebody sent me, and I don't know who it was. I think it might have been somebody who was, anyway, they sent me a component that was allegedly a component of a downed UFO in the 40s or 50s. And the funny thing is if you see this spinner right here, let me take it so you can see it. You see that? Okay, that's what I invented in like, I don't know, September, October, something. And the dude, it was like September. It was like early September. And the component he sent me was this. And so when I look at this, I know exactly what that does. And I think that's authentic because it's exactly what you need, I think, to create an electromagnetic field that bounces, that finds resonance with essentially the Higgs field and bounces it off. So, and I've got like a lot more things that also like, essentially it unifies you get the electroweak unification. And then like now you're talking about the universe knows, the weak nuclear force knows that inside that magnetic field, there's no mass. So now you got 0 point energy. And so anyway, so that's kind of, if you want to see everything, I sort of started this, kind of like, my journey is sort of that process. And they came up with a name. I just heard of the name they thought of for the kind of sort of, I don't know, physicist or whatever. I mean, I'm an engineer. I got a master's and bachelor's in engineer. I'm also a lawyer. I'm a patent lawyer. So yeah, this is all patented. But the things that the way I think of the things is like things that I know. And I just start kind of isolating common sense. So it's not, Is that for me?
That is your beer, man.
Oh, you're a
Guess
good man.
what? It's time for champagne and cake.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's do champagne and cake. We can come back to this too, because we're gonna have more open discussion here, I think, in a bit here, but.
Sure. Well, hey, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you guys listening. And when we turn this on, we're gonna live stream it, so everybody will see it. And
yeah, no, that's awesome.
Yeah, and if it works, you guys are all gonna you're gonna have been there when the second time we saw it work. So
no, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for walking us through it. Thanks again.
Sure.
Hey, sorry to cut you off, man.
No, that's fine.
We're all trying to.
Yeah, well, no, I'm geared up. So we're doing the cake now.
That's it. We're doing this.
And I want to thank Mark Sokol, who may see this in replay if he watches the replay. I want to thank Mark Sokol as well as you. I want to thank you for traveling. I want to thank Mark for putting all of this together. Mark, thank you.
Yes, and my apologies. We weren't able to connect with each other over the last week. It's just been so crazy over here. Jeremy, big thank you. Big round of applause to Jeremy Riss, who came down 3 days early to help set up. Also, Lulu, she's out. She also came in early and helped. She ironed all of these, all the patches on.
Thank you, Lulu.
And also wired up the power bank for the transformer. Tom came down here as well, helped us out. Aiden flew in from New Mexico. Brendan Coe flew in from Wisconsin. Chris Spaghetti, of course.
Yes.
Dr. Patterson. We got Maryland with Brad. Washington D.C. Right? Okay, everyone. What kind of drinks are we drinking? Who wants white? We got white and red.
I'll just take whatever nobody else wants.
Oh, these are good. These are good.
Human garbage disposal.
Yeah.
That's it. That's how I'm not picky.
I think
Okay, well, yeah, and again, I want to thank all of you for coming down, but I especially absolutely want to thank Mark for organizing everything for this live event. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to be there with you guys, but at least I can moderate that way.
Next year, Tim.
No mind?
There's always next year.
Red or white?
I say no. Once we start having propulsion breakthroughs and actually gravity breakthroughs, we're going to start a competition and a games where we try to see who can have
The gravity games.
The gravity games.
The gravity
That's
games.
like Hunger Games, although
Yeah.
with gravity.
It'd be like
and
the
stuff.
Hunger Games, but for gravity.
I don't know.
Not
People
like
are pretty freaked out from Squid Game nowadays. They're like,
Yeah,
I want to be involved with this kind of stuff.
It's been making the rounds.
Okay, we're gonna cut into this cake. Right
Let's
now.
cut
It's
the
supposed
cake.
to
You
be
guys ready? You
engineered
want to see
inside.
this? You want to see the inside? Let's see the guts of this ARB.
Okay, are you going to count this thing down? You got to count down from 5.
We got to get an up close on that first. Let's get an up close on that. Let's full screen that, pin that up close. Let's get a cam on it.
Yeah, get a good. Yeah, that's right. Get a good photo.
Are you ready? Okay.
Ready? Here we
Looking
go.
pretty good. Looking pretty
3,
good. Here we go.
2, 1.
Yes. Happy birthday.
Oh, there's something hard here. They might have put another layer in it. There's a layer.
Did you kill someone?
Well, the electromagnets are going to be a little bit stiffer than the rest.
Yep. There's a. Oh, and look at that.
There's a Tesla coil in the
There is the Tesla coil. We can see it. Oh my God, they made it perfect height.
No
too.
way, man. I cannot wait for the second slice. Great.
Can you send me a piece of that?
Does it taste like
$1,000 a piece. We'll mail you one right now.
Yeah.
It's like I can hear McCandlish now. What are you doing? It's like we're eating R2D2.
Yeah, well, and that is Mark's design, right? The ARV, and it is a shame that he can't be here to see it because we did lose him earlier this year.
Yeah. It's not that easy to cut.
Does it taste like metal?
I think the first slice is going to be. It's not going to come out
I
perfect.
hope it doesn't taste like metal.
Oh, this is from like a 5-star bakery that won Food Network show several times in a row. So
Yeah.
this is going to be a really good cake.
All right, let's see this layered Tesla coil inside.
Oh,
We got
look at
carrot
that!
cake.
We got carrot cake on the top.
Oh, that's fancy.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow, that's impressive.
I think we have to take the entire top off in order to get proper cuts from the bottom.
Yeah, I just want a piece of that door.
Yeah.
Door.
Okay.
I don't care what piece I get.
Yeah,
I went to the
there's
bathroom.
there's something hard here that I'm not able to cut through. Oh yeah, there it
I'll
is.
take the bathroom.
That's probably
Ah.
Oh, look at that. And that's strawberry mousse.
Oh man, that looks cool.
Ah.
And it comes with the door.
That's the
Comes
door.
with the door.
Oh, the door.
That's Jeremy's. Jeremy's.
Yeah.
Jeremy calls it.
Called it.
Okay, who wants the other half of the door? The
I
top is strawberry mousse, I think.
Yeah, man, I'll take that. Nobody else wants it. Oh man, I get the door.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see something in the center.
There's a piece of cardboard over here. I'm gonna take the entire thing off. Oh, it looks like there's a spoke in there just to help keep it centered.
Edible.
No, don't give that to somebody.
Put that on a plate,
That's-
man.
Put it.
There you go. Look at that.
I think you're supposed to freeze that for next year.
That's what's up. Okay, now Jeremy, why don't you grab a spoon from over here and tell us how it tastes?
All right, I got to do the official taste test.
Oh, I think I'm gonna get this. Oh, yeah, this is a much
Oh
better.
man, this is so good.
This is a much better slice.
Oh man,
I
that's
see
so
the
good.
innards.
So we got the copper on the bottom, and this is the upper coil, and it's surrounded by vanilla. Who wants the next slice?
This is really good cake.
Dude, this is so good.
And it's surrounded by vanilla again.
I don't know what it
It's
is.
surrounded by vanilla.
It's like a party in my mouth.
Brad says it's a party in his mouth.
Oh, it's so good.
I'd say it's like a flavorful nuclear bomb in your mouth and in your stomach.
Okay, the cuts are coming out even better.
Wow.
How good is that?
That vanilla.
That's so good.
Ah.
That is so good.
Oh, there we go. That's an organized slice right there.
And not a cheeky
Mine's a
sidekick.
strawberry. Who's your daddy? That's so good.
Oh, wow. Here it is, counterpart.
Oh, wait.
Does anyone else want a piece from the top? We can cut more pieces from the top.
I want top.
I do.
That was so
Top
good.
pieces, right?
I want to try more at the bottom now.
I want a piece from the top too. That's perfect. Thank you very much. Spoons over there.
Hey,
Mark.
Mark, how much was that?
Yeah, I gotta try that
Someone say my
bottom.
name.
What's up? Somebody
I
say,
got Jeremy's
put your plate in there.
did somebody say Brenda's name?
That's so good.
There you go.
And I'm not Jeremy's cheeky sidekick.
Strawberry
Yes, you are. I'm friend.
Oh, I think somebody was saying you're forgetting my views.
Yeah.
Which piece do you want?
I'll do the carrot cake. I want the.
I need more.
Okay.
Can you open up another patch? They could be there here. It's so
They're there.
cool.
I want the top.
Right here.
Part of the whole.
This part of the top squash.
Read your coat.
Oh, yum! That is delicious.
Put that back under.
Heck yeah, guys. APEC Live.
Carrot cake is amazing.
This gives us fuel to do more experiments.
I'm gonna have some of the strawberry.
I can't wait to go and put that machine back together and fire it up.
What is this? Is this just leftovers?
That's like the first slice that didn't make it.
I'll eat the leftovers.
Mom, no.
Whoa.
How was it?
Really good.
How was it?
Mom, no leftovers.
So good.
It's so good. Is it really
This
good?
is the whole. This is part of the whole.
It's creating black holes in my mouth.
Yeah.
Somebody asked me. That's not a good thing.
That's
Somebody
not a
asked
good
me
thing.
if they'll lose weight
I should contact my doctor about that.
by eating the APEC anti-gravity cake. Like, would you lose weight?
Okay, so guys, I need to ask now. So what do we have coming up in terms of experiments?
Okay.
I think the experiments are going to happen tomorrow. Everything's like halfway through.
Yeah.
Maybe later tonight.
I'm really close.
This is ours.
We're really close, but I think we got a lot of work to do to get like some stuff together. I don't think it's gonna happen tonight, honestly. Oh, let's stay in here. Everyone's hanging out.
Right now, we're just eating cake.
The ring back on your.
Right now, we're just gonna eat some cake. We're gonna drink some wine, and then we're gonna go clean up out there and start putting stuff back together. I think tomorrow we'll do some experiments and I'll try to post some stuff. Maybe we'll go live if we have something worthwhile.
Okay.
Okay. So that's why I'm working on that.
Me and Jeremy are present.
But like me and Chris took care of all them.
But yeah,
Let's hear from everyone.
Let's hear from everyone.
What's everyone else doing to celebrate? Raise your glasses to APEC. Here. Turn on your camera if you have something to drink. Michael Boyd has a mug. What's in the mug?
Coffee. Tea.
Yeah. So the reason I ask is thanks to editor Chris Plain at the debrief. Now we have a bunch of people that attended to see experiments. So I want to be able to show them something. You have to have something, Mark.
Everyone ready for a toast? I'll throw on a cell video of at least something that sparks, and I'll show you some waveforms. So I'll get to that in just a minute. What about Brian Sinclair and the Pi? If he's got that thing ready, the Pi X, I've been wanting to see the updates. I've been watching his channel. I am subscribed, and I'm waiting to see the Pi X perform. So if he's got it ready, I mean, heck, if we can get him on.
He didn't show up here. He said he was going to broadcast from his shop in Upper New York.
Now, Ross is saying he's ready, so I'm not sure if Ross is in connection with him or not. But I don't know, Ross. You have a word? Are you in connection with Brian right now? Is he ready to present, or no?
We can throw that thing back together in an hour, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go get.
If we're
Here's everybody. Congratulations.
Oh, what are you drinking?
It is a tincture.
Oh, those are the best.
Fancy.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing with hardware experiments. You can't really predict what kind of problem you're gonna have. So
yeah, we have power supply issues. We're putting that back together right now.
I'm gonna go set up out of a video just real quick. We'll put on 5 minutes of experiment.
You can show them the beetle wing thing if you got that working.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark, I'm on.
Oh,
hey,
there's Brian. There's Brian. Awesome.
Okay, give me about 5 minutes to get over to the lab, and we'll see if we can at least make it run. I don't have a good enough setup to really show weight loss, but we'll at least see this thing run for the moment, and we'll go from there.
Awesome.
All right, I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Come down in the next week. Aiden's going to be down here. We got assistants down here. We could still work on your stuff down here at the lab over the next week. I know you had family over and you couldn't make it. But,
Right. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. All right.
Okay.
All right, I'll be back.
That's just the nature of hardware. You have to go to where it is to show it live. And then it breaks. The carry. Yes.
They call everything like that a lab. It's really not a lab. It's just a shop, but it is what it is.
Experiments.
Speakers back on.
Hey, Brian is in the house.
Is that Brian Kelly?
No, Brian Sinclair. Brian with the Pi X.
That is Brian
Kelly.
I
How are you
am.
doing, man?
Hi. Who can
Yes,
speak?
sir.
You looking at me? This thing on?
Yeah, Tom, look at you.
Yeah, I made it. It's lots of fun, worth the time.
Yeah,
Good
we're hanging
food.
out.
Finally got to meet these people in person and not be hanging out in the chat shooting my mouth off. And
Yeah.
met Chris in person. Yeah.
Was it worth it to come to meet Chris?
Yeah, it was worth it. It's worth 6-hour drive each way, no problem. Except it's gonna snow going back, maybe.
Oh,
So you may not see me tomorrow morning. Here.
Build a death ray.
oh.
Happy birthday, APEC.
Build a death ray.
Yeah.
I'm about to go into a sugar shock coma from
Yeah.
that.
Hey, Harold.
Mine
Cheers.
is really good. I wasn't expecting to be this sweet.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut.
Yeah,
I'm gonna cut.
we should have some more experiments to go in live. We should at least do a lifter or something.
Yeah, but we don't have the time to set that up. I want to get one more. Here's some of this
Show
material.
some videos.
Can I bring a slice from my girlfriend?
Yeah, for sure.
I've got an experiment I'm doing.
Stood her up to come here on a Saturday night. Yeah. Leave your girl home on a Saturday night.
Yes, absolutely.
That's it. In the doghouse now.
Not if you bring the.
Not if you bring the cake
Yeah, I'm
back.
like, hey, look.
That's it.
I know you're mad, but try this cake. You're not gonna regret it.
You know? Yeah, she got the full sample. Top and bottom.
Thank you.
What do you got?
Are you gonna use that footage that I sent you of the flying saucers, the circles? Thinking about it. It depends. I'm sorry.
Cool stuff, man. All right, let's figure this out. Brad's gonna put his thing together. Maybe we'll look at some beetle wings. I got this bag full of beetle wings.
Okay, so that's Grebennikov, right? That's the Grebennikov experiment.
Yeah.
Exhibition.
We're gonna try running some voltages through them and see what we can come up with.
I got something to share. Hello?
Wish we could figure out a way to.
Was that you, Wayne?
Yeah.
Hey, Wayne, do you have a presentation that's set up?
I'm developing a presentation. Yeah.
Can you flip? Turn your phone on its, so it's upright facing, and then flip it back so it'll reorient your video.
Can you see that?
Log into Zoom. You got to tilt your camera. You got to tilt your phone to one orientation, then you got to flip it again so it'll correct it. So when you flip it again, it should automatically correct it. Give it a second. Well, I guess you're. Oh well, that's okay. It's sideways, but yeah, for us it's sideways. For you, it's fine. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just ran this one here. I've been looking at weight changes in metals, and I've been doing a whole bunch of experiments and tests on this. And I've been seeing these patterns of, as you can see on the graph here, this is over the course of about 170 minutes. And so from this point to this point here, there is a gain of about 6 milligrams. And then when I took the test sample, which is just this little cup of copper filings and a magnet, when I took it off the balance underneath, there was a bit of a drift, which was saying 3.4 milligrams. So according to this, the change in mass was about double what the scale drift was. And I remember you were saying before, Jeremiah, we need to test to see if the readings go back to zero, right? Once we remove
like
the sample.
before and after, you start with the sample, you start with the sample added, then you remove the sample at the end of the test and measure what your actual zero is. So,
and that's what I just did now, but this has been running for about 170 minutes. Yeah, I got to do more tests like this, but according to this, if it was just drift for whatever, see, this is what we haven't figured out with these laboratory, these balances, is that there seems to be a bit of a drift sometimes, and it's hard to explain, at least at this point, we don't know why. But in this case, it demonstrates that there's something else going on besides that. So Yeah.
Yeah. I have some of my data too. You took that video sample and you made some data out of it. Feel free to show that if you want.
Yeah, I've done a whole bunch of these tests, and I've been seeing this with always with the copper filings, you know, and other things weren't quite as responsive like that. And I did, yeah, interesting stuff. But I thought I'd just share that. I'm going to be putting this together pretty soon in a presentation. Once I solidify all this and, you know, make sure this data is really, you know, not just due to some measurement error, but it looks.
If it is due to error, rest assured we'll get down to the bottom of it and find out exactly where the error is coming from. So.
Yeah, you might want to just, I don't know if you want to comment on what you found with your, because you were replicating some of this stuff too.
Yeah, so far, I mean, it's been incredibly small changes, and they seem to be more related with the drift. So that expert null test at the end, obviously I don't want to touch the sample during the entirety of the test, but during that test at the end, when I remove the sample and just measure the tear weight, I found that drift usually matches the changes so far.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the first time I've actually been looking for comparing the drift to what all the readings are saying here. So, and so far it seems to be confirming that there is a bit of a mass change going on there.
Well, that's really good news. Yeah, keep looking. My copper powder, and either it's an alloy, it's not pure copper, or some other means, but for whatever reason, I was not able to replicate the results, and that's perfect.
Your data did show. Your data did show there was a tiny change, but it was small. Like I could see it on the graph here. I'll open it up here. I got it. Just give me a moment here. Think about where I put it. Just got to find the file here. Just give me a moment.
Gotta love that default icon though that you have set up. Gravity generators.
The what?
The gravity generators.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, it was around the Star Trek: The Next Generation. It's around the same time. I wonder if they got some ideas from Pogpanoff and his rotating superconductors or something like that.
Yeah, indeed. There's as Tim says, you know.
So this graph here shows the results of one of your tests. And if you do like a curve fitting line, you'd kind of make out that there was like a bit of a curve going on there, which looks like a little bit of a weight loss, and then a restoring to the original value over time. That's 60 minutes. But it was very small in your balance. Like
yeah, you get the same kind of, you know, large scale results that you were looking at. It's almost a full order of magnitude off in one case at the best, and 2 orders of magnitude off in the worst case.
But I noticed there's always this pattern, like this, it's like a drop and then a restoring back to the baseline value. So.
Yeah. Well, again, I've got to find a source for that cobalt oxide and that pure cobalt as well. I have not shot eBay for it yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna be running that again. Just again, like with that, you know, checking the comparing the drift versus the actual, you know, what the data is saying over time there.
Yeah, and I have impure copper as well, and that could be part of the problem. It could be a copper alloy.
Yeah, it was just like copper from old plumbing, you know, old copper pipes. So I don't know. Could be impurities, maybe.
Well, that's okay. If that's what you use, then that's what I'll use to replicate. I'll just file it down like you did.
Yeah.
Try to get the exact same type of sample and then do basically the same type of experiment. Only
Could very well be a copper oxide, right?
so I can oxidize copper if need be. I mean, all I have to do is heat it up and give it a little bit of extra oxygen. So it oxidizes pretty fast. I can give it a fairly even coating if oxides are important.
Could be, yeah, because of the way they it changes the, the electron, the way the electrons are shared in the atom and the molecules.
Hey, I'm willing to try it. I have no problem filing down like a a coupler or piece of Schedule M pipe to try and get some suitable sample material if that's what needs to happen.
Sounds good.
Wow, no, that's looking pretty good on that. Very up close on the wing. Can we get a higher magnification on that, Jeremy? Yeah, get that focus. That was looking pretty darn good. I've been wanting to see the Electa that they sell on Amazon, Etsy, and eBay as well, because those brilliantly colored multispectral beetle wings are a common artifact, and I've never really seen a good up-close microscopy on them. So this will be interesting if you can get a good focus. I do not remember how many times Grebennikov had to magnify. You could see that fine structured hair within the valley type of hexagonal geometry, but I don't see it initially here. Although it does look fairly structured.
Folks, I'm gonna have to bounce in a couple minutes. This was a great call and a great conference. I really enjoyed it. Congratulations to everybody that worked so hard and on putting everything together.
Thank you.
Yeah, with that, I'm gonna sign off, guys. Jeremiah, let's touch base, buddy.
Bye, Carl.
See you guys. See you, Brandon.
Catch up, man. Always.
All right, Tim, best ever. Thank you, man. Be well.
What's up?
They're attempting to get the fine structure of the highest magnification in focus on the microscope for that up close on the beetle wing. Apparently having quite a bit of trouble getting the camera on the microscope to focus in on it.
Yeah, there's going to be any oscillation will get magnified a bunch. So.
Yeah, that's correct, Ed. The picture gravity structure. For those who are looking for the search term on what we're trying to see with the microscope right now, take a look at Grebennikov's original images that you can find online, and you'll see some of the fine structures that he photographed with his microscope back in the day. They're black and white photos. They show you some of the structures that he was seeing in association with the strange effects that he observed in laboratory experiments.
So what are you applying to these wings?
We're going to apply an ion drift across them from an electrode that emits ions to an electrode that collects them, have them block that space in between, and then oscillate them at a high frequency using either a speaker or a transducer, depending on how well structured they are to the framework that they're on and how well they actually pick up that oscillating field of air compressions. So I'm not sure exactly what frequency they will couple well with and how flexible they are, what their elasticity is. So I'm not sure what they need to be driven with, but the general idea was to get a fairly high voltage asymmetrical charge on the surface of those things on the inside surface and have that as compared to a ground plane behind it, and then oscillate them against that ground plane to cause very large fluctuations in the electric field due to the charges trapped on the surface of the wing. The Casimir forces that should be present there may be asymmetrical between the two sides due to the presence of the asymmetric charge and the geometric amplification of the accelerated charges that are trapped on that wing. Because technically there's going to be more electrons than protons, or more protons than electrons. So in that case, you have these unbalanced charges and you're accelerating them both to the same velocity. The difference in terms of the relativistic amplification of the electric fields should equal an unbalanced charge, is the general idea. But there's also a gravitational aspect to it as well that considers the local energy density. And so that's one of those things that we can't really quantify very well. There's no real calculations that we can do to figure out what a beetle wing is going to do when it's electrostatically charged ahead of time. So we figure just go straight to the experiment and see what we can observe.
So would it have to do with the cavitation of the wing itself?
Generally, we think about cavitation in terms of molecular cavitation in fluid dynamics or in aerodynamics, or gas dynamics. So in this case, it's not necessarily a cavitation effect that has to do with the fluid atmosphere that the creature is flying through, of the unbalanced charge trapped within those fine structure regions of the wing, and their distribution not being symmetrical, if that makes any sense.
So if that's true, it shouldn't change when you turn the wing over?
That would be the idea. Yeah, you should be able, if you get a force in one direction, that's say a weight gain, you should be able to flip the whole entire assembly upside down and get away at loss.
Okay. So it's kind of like a gravitational shield then?
Now that is a very good question. Hey, it looks like Brian is ready. He's got his cam on. So if we can jump straight over to Brian, if you've got a presentation, we've been very much looking forward to the Pi X and your advanced.
Yeah, I didn't really build a presentation for this because it's so new. I finally got it running. It's not complete, obviously, but unfortunately, I do have to cover up some of the internal components until we decide that a group of us decide that we're going to present the internals to the world. So right for now, it's sitting on a workbench. I do have a crank on it, so I can crank it manually. The crank comes off for safety purposes, obviously. I do have a speed controller, and right now this is a 24-volt motor, and it runs at 300 RPMs at 24 volts. Unfortunately, that's nowhere near as much as I would like it to do. But for now, this is what we're experimenting with, and then we can replace the motor with something a little better later. So. As you can see, it's kind of loud. It, like, I don't have it set up quite the way I want it to present weight loss, but the scales always go in the negative direction. I did get a solid half-pound lift out of it at one point, and it was very stable. Since then, I've had to make some adjustments because some internal components were bending and breaking. Right now, like I said, it's just not running fast enough. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use these loops here, and we're gonna put up a balance beam, and that way there won't be any question. No mechanical spring scales, no electronic scales, no interference in any way, shape, or form. I think that'll be the best way that we can prove one way or the other that this is doing what it's supposed to do. Eventually, the internals run at half speed of this right now. And this being 300 RPMs max, that's 150 RPMs inside. And we would like the inside to be running right around 1,000 RPMs. So it is going to be considerably faster, considerably noisier, and hopefully it'll work considerably better. I can get a little bit better look around it. I mean, like I said, I can't show the internals right now. We do have the motor, the speed controller. It is chain drive from both sides. And I can get a little closer. It's going to get loud. I'll get a little closer while it's running. I would have liked to have had a little bit better presentation for everybody. Right now, I'm literally in the midst of changing careers. I'm retiring from one job and moving on to another. And in the process, part of what I was doing with this was in a workshop area at my previous work. So I've got a new small shop set up here, more like a model shop than a lab. And hopefully within the next few weeks, maybe by the next APEC, I'll have something a little better to show everybody.
Hey man, we appreciate the sneak peek ahead of time. It's awesome to see it working. And if I just may ask a question, the force in the orientation that your camera is set up, the force is upwards, is that correct?
Yes, the force is upward right now.
Okay, I have to tilt that.
The original designs that I was given were inaccurate at best. Because the gentleman that invented this originally wanted to keep some of it secret. But the way he had it built was to force upward. So that's where we started. We started with a model that forced upward, and then it's been a long, laborious, and extremely expensive project to try to fill in all the blanks. And we've scrapped a lot of pieces in the process.
Yeah, I've watched some of your older videos too, and kind of gone through and watched through the iterations that you've worked on, how many steps that you've gone to make this system more robust, stable, lower friction, less noise, less vibration. So from what I've just seen now in the video, I mean, unfortunately the video cuts out the sound, so I can't really hear how much it's jittering. That's just
it gets pretty loud. It's too loud to have a normal conversation right next to one another right now.
But what I can't tell is, how much it's really bumping around, but it looks a lot more stable than some of the other designs that you've had. So it looks like you've made significant progress on the totality of the structure and the way that thing works.
Right. So, well, with the other ones, we were maxing them out in the RPM range of right around, 200 RPMs was really pushing it. And the best results we got was 1 pulse per RPM or per revolution. This one works better the faster it runs. And it's also 2 pulses per revolution. And that's 2 pulses per revolution of the internal discs, not the motor. So we're definitely making progress. It's getting more stable. I think once we get it up to speed and put it inside a sound deadening housing, we'll have a nice stable running unit that produces some significant thrust.
That's awesome, man. And we really look forward to your future APEC presentation when you have everything put together and you're pretty confident in your demonstration.
Absolutely. I appreciate you guys having me on. I mean, this has really been awesome. This past year has been really, really cool.
Absolutely agree with you. It's really been a heck of a group effort. The amount of energy that people have poured in their heart and their souls into this, I've just been nothing short of absolutely amazed and astounded at the whole entire thing.
Oh, absolutely. And to have so many people sharing information freely amongst one another, that's almost unheard of. I mean, this is great. This is absolutely amazing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'd like to thank you as too. Thank you very much for coming on. It is amazing to have you. So,
Ryan, do you use any mercury in your device?
No, I do not. No mercury. The original unit was made out of aluminum. This one is made out of nothing but steel. There are no aluminum components in it. So the original one was well under the 50-pound mark. This one sits here at almost 200 pounds. So we've made it very robust as much as possible to do as much experimentation without damaging anything. You know, something comes apart inside this thing, all I want to do is replace internal components. I don't want to be replacing major external components. So that's where we're at with this. And no mercury, no liquids of any kind inside it. I think that's pretty much all I've got for right now.
okay. So what else? Now we have a couple of questions. We have raised hands. Brian,
Sure.
do you want me to do that? I mean, so we've had some good stuff.
Absolutely.
Let's do that. So let's go to Bernie first. Bernie, what you got? Okay, Bernie disappeared. Okay.
Come on.
Phil, what you got, sir?
Hey, yeah, and nice to see you guys having a good party over there. So that's not a question. That's more. I just wanted to say that I've got my experiment too. I will test and I'll create a video and I'll share it with you. Obviously, if it works, but I'm pretty confident it's gonna work, and I'll let you guys know more in a few weeks. It's very simple and pretty confident. So let's see what happens.
Awesome.
We're all anxious to see it. I can speak for everybody there.
Yeah, thanks. And good luck on your end also.
Thank you very much.
Well, so does anybody else have an ad hoc presentation? Do we have any more demos this evening? Does anybody else have something they want to present?
Yeah, if you give me like 3 minutes.
Yeah, go for it. So yeah, I think this has been a pretty big day. You know, a year ago we started this, and I'm not even sure why we started it. Mark Soko called me up. He said we did a live cast and we want somebody to moderate things. He described it to me, and the first thing I said was no way. And then he was persistent. And he said, no, you got to do this. You got to do this. And he started to describe things to me, and I was like, okay, I can see where this would go. You know, and and one of the things that I've said the whole time, for me, has been I want to try and capture the innovation. I want to try and capture the interactions. I want to try and capture that legacy of achievement, you know? And I mean, APEC it's been free and open the entire time. And what we're really trying to do is pass that along. You know, the reason that we put everything up online is we're trying to create an archive so that the people who come after us can learn from the people who are working on it right now.
It's a beautiful
Awesome.
thing that you've been doing, Tim. And I highly recommend everybody check out the Discord and the what was the other one you set up today?
Yeah, those are all in the contact. In fact, since we're waiting on Jeremiah, let me share the screen
WhatsApp,
again.
WhatsApp. Those are great discussions boards that you've made.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds. Let me bring that back up. Okay, give me just a sec here. Okay, so again, I'm going to share the screen here. This is the new alt propulsion site. And I'll walk you guys through what I did. Some of it's big, some of it's not so big. So that's our main page. That hasn't changed. What has changed is all of the conference pages have been rebuilt to make them a little bit easier to read. They've got, again, they have videos with chapters in them instead of being separate clips. They have the speakers. They have a little bit better layout for the text. So that is good. And we still have, we've still got the links and stuff at the bottom. And then the contact page, and this is a big one. Talk with us on WhatsApp. So we've got APEC 24/7, Theory, and Builders. And again, those are our WhatsApp channels. I think everybody's on those, but if you're not, hop on. I should mention that you can mute. It is possible to mute channels. If you get too much, you can mute it without turning it off. And that way you can come back and read stuff later. The other thing we have is, and this is thanks to Phil, we have the Alt Propulsion Tapatalk Forum. So Mr. Philippe Bouchard found this for us and actually started it. And he is moderating it for us too. I think, Philippe, you're moderating this, right?
Yes, I'm filtering the messages right now.
Okay, yeah. So he's running it. I put some graphics on it, but he is running this thing. And again, it's awesome to see this grow. So we've got the Tapatalk forum. Obviously, we have the Zoom seminars, and then we have Reddit, Facebook, and Discord. And Jeremiah just mentioned Discord. Oops. So that's going to take me to an app, but. And you know what? If you click on it from there and you're already in the group, it doesn't hurt to accept the app. So there you go. So now we've got folders, theory, experiment. Oops, those are phone folders. So there's a lot going on here. We have a lot, and we're going to be adding more to all of this. Again, this one's a little young for, and I don't mean the forum. I mean, the software itself was designed for people in a younger age group than ours, so it takes getting used to. But so yeah, I mean that was what I had. Again, that's on our website. You go to altpropulsion.com, click on contact. You can join all of those. I believe Kishley did a survey, and he said that the survey results said that the forum was the best, and so that would be Philippe's or Phil, if it's okay to call you Phil. That would be Phil's. Tapatalk forum right there.
Yeah, it's simple to call me Phil, thanks.
Yeah. And then the other thing I should mention is Tapatalk also has a mobile app too. And that was one of the things that, remember, because we were talking about different forum software and you found that one. And the first thing I did was I was like, is there a mobile app for this? And there is. So yeah. And I paid the cost for that. It's cheap. It's like $10 a month. So I just pay for that. And then that way you get all the features.
All right, well, I don't know if you want to pin this for just a couple of minutes. I'll just show these waveforms. And if anybody's familiar with the Morton effect thruster, I don't know, can you pin this, Tim, or no? This cell?
Yeah, actually, I just did pin it. It should be pinned.
Oh, doesn't look like it. Oh, there it is. Okay, boom, there it goes. Cool, awesome. So it's on remote trigger right now. Let me disconnect this source and reconnect this source. Turn this up to about 5.1 volts. Should work. All right. So I've got it on a remote trigger. This is a down here. This is a 48,000 volt power supply, 48,000 volt DC output positive power supply. It's got a diode chain isolator on it. There's a neon bulb indicator to show when power is flowing, and then that's going up through an elevator clip to these two transformers. There's 1 and 2. These are acting as isolators from the ground and from the power supply output, which is a multiplier in this case. And so if I hit the button here, this is just a remote cord. So what it's going to do is it's electrifying the output here cable. It's giving positive potential here to this back plate, negative potential to the rod here. And so electrons are going to oscillate in the rod as a result of the inductance of this inductor here and the capacitance between this plate and that plate, and then the capacitance of these two capacitors here, which are both ceramic high voltage capacitors. And so what we're looking at on the waveform of the scope here, we have a pickup probe. This is a spherical 2 quarter-inch diameter probe with a wire on it. The oscilloscope is hooked up to just a direct wire connection. I have a neon bulb on here for other experiments, which is not in the circuit right now. And so that probe then goes to the display there. So at the first part of the waveform here, as we've seen, there's a very, very fast rise time pulse. And if I zoom in on that, just how fast that pulse actually is. That's a 10 nanosecond per division scale. So that's a rise time initially of 4 nanoseconds into the positive regime on that antenna rod. And then if we zoom way out, we can see our net. So now we're out at 2 microseconds per division. So for about 4 microseconds after that initial several nanosecond pulse, it stays positive for about 4 microseconds, and then it immediately cuts negative. And eventually goes back to ground. And it takes almost, as we can see, 2 milliseconds to go from its positive peak to an inversion of negative, where it stays for almost 2 milliseconds. Several orders of magnitude longer than it stays positive. And so what we end up seeing is a case where we can shield some of this energy. So this is a scalar type impulse. It's been a hot word in the discussions lately. The word scalar is unfortunately terribly misdefined, and I'm not going to even attempt to challenge all of the various definitions right now. I will demonstrate this experiment, however. So there's a waveform on the scope. I'm going to zoom in on this so that we can see. Hopefully we can see a little bit better. I guess I'll get closer to the scope. Okay, so we can see the peak of the waveform there. I'm going to stick this aluminum plate between the terminals here to block some of that signal here. So the aluminum plate does virtually nothing. It does slightly attenuate it by about maybe 15%. Now, if I ground that aluminum plate with a very short lead of wire from the plate down to the power supply, it does attenuate and block it. So I figured, why not try a dielectric? So here's a piece of dielectric, and just watch that scope waveform again. So it basically ignores the dielectric. It passes straight through that. It passes straight through the aluminum. I have put the pickup probe inside of a enclosed Faraday cage, and it passes right through that. Again, though, if I give it a source of electrons, they will flow up through that wire and neutralize out the charge a lot faster. So the waveforms will take a different shape. But as an example of what a scalar geometric pulse looks like on a scope and how different materials affect it, that's a practical example of that. I hope I didn't lose everybody on this demonstration.
No, you're good. You're good.
Because it's not really containing a lot of terms that I guess people can relate to. And I apologize for that.
Well, thank you for the demo. Well, so if that's everything that you have, does anybody have questions about that? Okay, I think we're good on that for the time being. Okay, well, does anybody else have any other presentations? We might be getting to time to shut this thing down for the evening, I think.
I'm not ready right now, but if we could schedule something for an upcoming APEC, I would love to show some of.
Yeah. Again, let me know. Reach out and let me know, Bernie, and I will get that
I
scheduled.
emailed you now, Tim. You got to reply to me.
Oh, okay.
Got
I will.
Mike,
I haven't checked
we
my
got Mike
inbox. I've been in this event all day long.
Right. We'll make it happen for sure.
Okay. Well, I think it's probably time to call it a night then, guys. So happy first anniversary to APEC.
Woo! Yay! Good job.
Do you guys have something to demo? Okay, if you're gonna demo, here.
Great image.
I won't turn it off if you guys are working.
For the 26 people that are still here, Tim, I do have a full Zoom license, whatever. So you could throw me over the.
Oh,
if you didn't want to stick around.
You okay? You mean make you the host?
Yeah, I'll stick around if anybody still wants to hang out and continue to chat.
Yeah, if you want to do that, I'm up
26
for it.
people left, so I can host it. If you got things to do, obviously you got a family and stuff. So
Yeah, definitely do that to Maya and Tim, because I'm streaming to both my YouTube as well as the autodidactic channel right now. And in an hour, I got my buddy Mike with Faraday Research coming in, and Beatboxer Ominous to do the Science of Sound stream that I'm just going to continue from it. So. Your reach is even farther than you knew.
So I just wanted to share, I don't know if it ties. There's a lot of noise in the background there. Can I just share one more little thing here?
Go for it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, I've got the video pinned on Mark. So.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you wanted to show you.
If you're waiting for Mark, I was just going to share something that looks encouraging.
Here,
so
I'll add a pin there.
Okay. Yeah, I was just waiting for my balance to reset back to 0 after I removed the sample, and it was following this curve here, so it was approaching 0, which tells me that the sample it appears that it did gain mass over that time. So, and it's on the order of a few milligrams, but it's something, and I think it's really interesting.
Yeah.
I'm going to be exploring this more, and hopefully I'll be able to put together a coherent presentation. And yeah.
Oh, thank you, sir.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Okay. There we go. We'll go back to Mark. Mark is working on things. So Mark could, oh, actually that's not Mark, is it? No.
well, you got Brenda's cam, you've got Mark's cam.
Yeah. So Jeremy, can you tell me what you're expecting to see again? Okay, you want to go to open discussion then? Okay. Well, Jeremiah, do you want to take this over?
Yeah, man, send it on over to me. I'm gonna sit here and monitor.
Okay.
You can, I guess you can probably stop recording. We can do this more as a private discussion. I don't know if you want to, Jeremy, do you want to keep streaming?
Yeah, and I'll keep recording. I will keep recording, and I'll still be here. I'm gonna go get dinner started. So.
Okay, yeah, man, no problem. I'll be in front of my computer for the most part here. So.
Yeah, there's still over 50 viewers on my stream with this as well right now.
Yeah, that sounds good. Bernie, I'm going to highly recommend that you shut off that green screen background function because it looks like your camera's having a seizure. And unless you're intentionally trying to add distraction, it's probably not serving whatever you're presenting. So I would just recommend shutting that off entirely.
I'm driving on this one. I will as soon as I get back to my house here.
Because yipes.
Guys, we're actually putting together a bridge rectifier for the power supply for this Klystron. So the auto transformer is now fixed. There was piles of the brushes and several other bits and pieces of metal that got in there, but it's working now. And this is going to be the bridge rectifier for the other side of the transformer. And we're putting capacitors in it for filtration as well. That's going to fit on top of our massive transformer over here, and that's where we can get 12,000 volts DC for the ultrasonic experiments.
That's looking pretty good, Mark.
Yeah, it's coming together. This stuff is really heavy too. Just like lifting this stuff is a two-person job. That thing is like 100 pounds. These are the 20 kV 2 amp diodes. We're going to put them in parallel with the 50 kV 222 microfarad capacitors as filters. Two of them in parallel.
Yeah, that'll work very, very nicely. You will definitely have no problem powering your Klystrons with that, provided no short circuit happens.
See, how's the badge going over there?
Jeremy's going to have to unmute. And we got to pin Jeremy. I do not have host control yet. Okay, let me see. Maybe I do have host control. Maybe not. All right, cool. Sorry, I had no idea yet how that works. Awesome. Looks like you have interesting stuff going on your side of the cam. You're right over there with the badge and Brad, hey? Hey, Brad, was your upper rotating plate and that bottom stationary plate rubbing on each other in the first iteration? Yeah, were those plates rubbing against each other, Brad?
I love how you explain it. I love how he explains it with the 3 discs of time and like how he's measuring the dimensions of time, like breaking it down into the discs form. Don't we all? How many segments do you have in that wheel? It looks an awful lot like Edleed Scallan's flywheel in its magnetic structure.
What he was asking you is how many pads of graphene are on that thing, or how many dividing copper strips separate each pad of graphene?
Oh, you're on the octaves. Wow. Yeah. Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Your geometry is perfect.
If this does work, I would love it if the official name of this device is the Veg. It would be great to learn about that in a textbook. Yeah, you can call it the Veg and it'll be historic. I can't wait.
Well, Mark's got an unopened bottle of wine in the fridge for just such an occasion, should something in the Falcon Space Lab actually lose weight and genuinely be provable. He's got that thing ready to pop the cap on.
Yeah, that's what I'm excited for. I hope it happens.
Heck yeah, absolutely.
Worst case scenario, there's swamp gas.
And just put a bowl of mercury in the middle of it for the heck of it.
Well, I'm gonna have to tune into your podcast, man. It's a shame I haven't heard of you earlier, but I really like hearing you speak about this stuff.
Can you post a link for your podcast, actually? Because I am also super intrigued and don't know why we have not heard of you before, but
Welcome to the club.
You know, as I've told Mark many times, Jeremy, I've told Mark it takes a special kind of crazy. It takes the right kind of crazy to be wild enough to think that a human being could achieve the impossible according to our ordinary textbook physics.
Well, I mean, I was always a skeptic, like pretty hardcore until I saw the Navy Tic Tac footage. And then I was like, holy fuck, my foot's in my mouth. And has been for years.
The evidence for something more is overwhelming at this point, and it's just a matter
Yeah,
of
the Tic Tac footage is really a game changer in my mind. That's when I joined the community. Damn, something's going on.
Let's try to keep just one person at a time. So, okay, Jeremy's phone. And I have got to send Mark some alligator clips and Brett a tiny tightening circuit. Hey, they're asking here, is there any way we can get that camera on a tripod or some way to make it a little less shaky? I imagine not everybody can appreciate the the random motions.
It's really fitting for an anti-gravity experiment to have the camera get a potato cam right before the experiment.
Okay, so if you're on any decent class starship, if your inertial dampeners are failing for like several minutes at a time, there's a serious problem, and you're going to have several major repairs on multiple decks. So you definitely want to try and suppress that as quickly as possible. And it's looking pretty good now, so it looks like they've got it back online.
That's got to do something just by looking at it. What is that thing in the middle? Is that a record? What is that? I don't know. Okay,
He just means it's a piece of material with his logo on it.
gotcha. That's great.
Is it really blurry for you guys?
Are those a bunch of switching power supplies there? Why? Why so? Why so many of them though? Why so many of them? Why can't you just run the 8 coils off of one power supply?
Hey, Jeremy, somebody in the live stream said they lost sound.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not being critical. I'm just trying to understand what I'm looking at. Yeah, but is it transparent aluminum? Star Trek 4, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
Jamie! Jamie, how you feeling?
It's rainy out there. Anybody want to go for a reading walk? Yeah, you.
What about Mark's laptop? I mean, Brenda's laptop camera footage is actually really clear. Nice.
the asshole of the vag.
I got you guys. I got you. I pinned it. Sorry. No, I just I wasn't sure whose video that was. He sent it over to me. It's actually I'm supposed to be doing it. I'm just falling behind. So sorry guys. I got the host right now for the time being. Just gotta let me know. Yeah, I'm just gonna go take a look at the gallery view and it looks like there's a generation of me.
before you guys run it too, like if you just spend a few seconds just letting the scale stabilize, because it is really wobbly, and it'd be nice to see like the 0 reading before it's done. Jeremy's YouTube has no sound. Can someone tell him that?
Oh, thanks for telling him. Hey, Jeremy, thanks for hanging in there.
All right, well, love you guys. I'm still streaming over on my channel here and Autodidactic. Dan joined us in here. Mike's gonna join in right away, and we're gonna be doing some more experiments with the spark gaps, as well as some science of sounds.
Are you going to you want to stream that? I don't know if the APEC crowd wants to see that or what.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Whenever you guys are done with the Zoom, I'll just keep going with my StreamYard. And no worries.
Yeah, pop a link to your
your
StreamYard into the chat if anybody wants to join that. And
yeah, I'll do that right now.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this laptop. I need to throw in the trash apparently, and or I need to get a better setup going. I don't know, but everything I set up to try to do is broken now.
It has to do with the Zoom StreamYard interface.
No idea. No, it's
They're
StreamYard.
working-
Okay, it's
they're working on
StreamYard,
it.
and it's
I've been
Zoom.
talking to the actual